Agadius. Hope you're doing well. Whoa, can of snails. Can of snails, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. Right off the bat. Right at the start. I hear the alert. There it is. Okay. Twitch alerts are just being super weird and delayed for a second. Can of snails, thank you so much for gifting out subs. We just started. I don't even know if we had 5 people in the chat yet. But Manbear Paradox, Mystic95, Primary, Empty Void, and Kotenka. Getting stick bugged. Less than 5 minutes into the stream. Thank you so much, Can of Snails. Thank you, thank you. Hey, what's up, Grove? Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Leave you on lurk for a while. Got to deliver on that stock and banana bread promised yesterday. Can't stick around too much, but have a fun stream. Oh, it's all good. Good luck on the stock and the banana bread. I said I might be making some banana bread myself. I don't know about tonight. But soon. Those frozen bananas and sitting in my freezer. Asking for it. Got a good recipe in the bio, most consistent recipe I've had in all my years. Can you share it in the Discord? In our cooking and baking Discord? Because when I get around to making the banana bread, I'd definitely be down to try. Hey, what's up, Oleander? Good to see you. Hope you're doing well today. I'm pretty good. I had a bit of a rough time sleeping last night. So I was up today. Well, the cats were just going crazy. And it's been a problem. They've been bothering Rachel a lot. Because a lot of times, depending on how me and Rachel feel, sometimes like with various aches and pains, and sometimes like Rachel's really warm, I'm really cold, or vice versa. So sometimes we'll kind of sleep in different spots in the house. And lately Rachel's been sleeping in the living room on the couch. And the last few nights the cats have been really bothering her and keeping her awake. So last night Rachel slept in the bedroom, and we were both going to be sleeping in the bedroom, and the cats were totally fine. And of course, as soon as I went to go lay down to sleep, the cats get up out of the bed and just start going nuts, mainly Ziggy. So I wound up taking the cats out of the bedroom with me into the living room and closing the door to the bedroom so that Rachel could get some sleep, because she's had a rough few nights. So I dealt with the crazy cats keeping me up all night so she didn't have to. Well, that's not good. I might need to fix something with my computer really quickly. We got new monitors today. I've been saving up to try to replace some of our shitty monitors on our computers, because both Rachel and I had like one good monitor and then one secondary monitor that was like starting to fail. And thanks to Rachel's tax return and the generosity of many of you guys, we were able to get a couple of new computer monitors so that we could replace the old breaking, not so good ones. And I think I loosened a connection, because now my main monitor is like flickering and making weird colors. So I might need to fix that. But anyway, had a rough time sleeping, so I was up today taking care of some other stuff, and then laid down for a nap in the middle of the day, and I just woke up like 30 minutes ago. So I'm a little out of it. Little out of it. Still got the Z's. Yeah, I just get them midday and completely ruin my sleep schedule and everything like that. Give me 1 second while I mess with my monitor connection. Yeah, it's an easy fix. Nothing's wrong with this main monitor, but I think when I moved stuff on my desk to make room for the new one, the actual just HDMI cable's a little loose where I moved stuff. So, give me 1 second. Okay, should be good. Oop. Almost good. There we go. Hey, what's up, Rushmore? Missed the notification? Damn you, Twitch. That's okay. It's only been like 15 minutes. Haven't missed much. Pretty much just getting started, running over to my fishing spot. Don't really have too many others online right now. So, once some other folks, or if some other folks are able to play tonight, we'll figure out what we're doing. But for now, just fishing. Just a little fishing. After I clean my glasses. I don't understand. Glasses always completely fine And then after 3 seconds, a ghost shows up and rubs a stick of butter across them. Glasses gremlins. Hey, Silent Chills. Honestly. God forbid you try to clean it too, because guess what? Rubbing the cloth on the lens clockwise is the wrong choice for absolutely no reason whatsoever. But it's fine. You just gotta do it counterclockwise like 5 times to make up for it. I wipe my glasses like they're progressive scan monitor. Like an old TV. I wrap the cloth around my index finger, and I start at the top of the lens and go left and right from top to bottom. That's the move that works for me. Never noticed? Use a cleaning fluid and disposable towelettes. Cleaning fluid's the way to go. We've actually got some little spray bottles around with just like a basic soap and water. Yeah, the lens cut does make a difference. Mine are very rectangular. They're kind of shaped similar to like a monitor or a TV. Yours are a bit more round. Yeah, and the astigmatism means that they're sort of like, yeah, cone-shaped, very slightly. Did you guys get your glasses tinted yellow for the monitors to aid with staring at screens all day? No. I did not. Mine are not. I don't remember, did we get the blue light filter on yours though, Rachel? I remember they offered both of us. Yeah, Rachel's got a filter on them. They're not like a yellow. It's not like the yellow tint, but they do have a type of filter on them. Mine don't have anything like that. Although, like, computer monitors and stuff bother my eyes the least. The way my astigmatism is, real life is what gives me the problem. computer monitors tend to be just fine, even for a long time. But put me outside trying to drive, like driving at night was the big one for me. Where headlights and taillights and street lamps and traffic lights just turn into big, pointy smears. I don't know how else to describe it. Yeah, big stars in your eyes. So, we started noticing that. It's been a problem of mine for a long time, and it started getting more noticeable to where I really just didn't feel safe driving at night. And even during the day sometimes, depending on what light and how much sun there was and how overcast it might be. Never want to feel unsafe while driving. Wonder if it's something more common in millennials, considering we had a lot more time perhaps in front of computers growing up. Maybe. Could also just be a genetic thing. My mom's got similar things, similar issues, and has worn glasses for much of her life. My sister has similar issues and has worn glasses now for a long time. Hey, Calamero. Okay, I gave up. Made a Horizon account. Launched the game, seems to be working. Can't promise I'll actually play it, because I don't have time for long sessions. But a first step has been made. Also, hello, everyone. Hey, that's alright. I'm not looking for anybody to promise anything. I've played this game for long enough. I've tried to get a lot of friends and people into playing it over so many years. Trust me, I know. It's an old MMO. It's hard to get into. It's hard to learn. It's a bit of a steep learning curve. It's very unintuitive. And it's like any other MMO. It's a huge time investment to feel like you're really doing much of anything. But if you're around and you feel like playing, we've got a nice little community of people. A lot of other people who have played before or are just starting themselves. So even if you can just get on for, a little while, I'm always down to help with stuff, help you learn things, help you get started, help you progress in whatever ways I can. And a lot of other people in our community are the same way. Noobs welcome. I'm starting to realize I don't think there's a whole lot of Final Fantasy XI streams and stuff that are really like that too. Because we've had some raids and people coming over and finding my channel because of Final Fantasy XI this past week, which is awesome that, more people in the Final Fantasy XI communities, both people on retail and on Horizon, have been finding the channel. And I've been following all these new people, new friends, who also stream Final Fantasy XI, and I've been going and checking out some of their VODs, just to kind of get a vibe, vibe check. See if they're cool people, see if they're, what they're doing in their communities and on their channels. And It's a lot of later stuff. It's a lot of endgame content and high-level content, and very little beginner stuff, which can be really daunting for new players trying to get into the game and trying to learn stuff. There's not a lot of people really doing the introductory and early missions and early leveling. So it's cool that I can do something that helps people get interested in the game and helps people learn. That's one of my favorite things, is helping people learn stuff. In some alternate timeline, I'm sure I would have been a teacher or a professor or something of that nature, because I love learning and I love sharing knowledge with people. It's a big part of what separated my channel from a lot of other Silent Hill content creators and streamers and YouTubers, where I always try to be as informative as possible and try to help people learn new things, even if they're very familiar with something. I try to be like, all right, hopefully I can teach you something that even the most diehard fan of Silent Hill might not know. So Final Fantasy XI kind of goes hand in hand with that feeling for me, where there's a lot to learn about this game, and I've spent a lot of years playing it. I don't know everything, but I do know a lot, and I like to try to share that with anybody who's interested in learning. Thank you, Oleander. I try to be a good teacher. I think we're out of fish. No, that guy just caught one. Just getting bad luck. Here, Lurkin, about to go put some beans in the slow cooker. Yeah, buddy. Some slow cooked beans. Yeah, I just got on, so I'll be on for a while. If you decide to jump on and play, though. Get you leveled up and go get your Chocobo license stuff taken care of. And that's kind of my first overall goal, since we've had so many friends joining and getting started. I feel like getting everybody up to level 20, getting everybody's sub jobs unlocked, and getting everybody's Chocobo licenses is my first main goal that I really want to help our community with. And then once we kind of get everybody to that point, it'll be easier for all of us to kind of start leveling up sub-job stuff together. And then we can also start tackling missions. We can start getting people through their nation missions and start getting people ranked up. And just get people through the main story. At least the first few steps into the main story. Oh, I feel like I'm gonna sneeze and it won't come out. Get out of my face. Look at the light. It's not working. Most certainly have patience and understanding, able to explain concepts in a concise way. You don't come across patronizing either. A little stern sometimes, but find that quality encouraging, in addition to just being encouraging in general. That's good. I mean, that's, for the most part, what I strive to be. But I do have bad habits. Oh no. Oh no, somebody help him. I'm gonna cure him. No! I didn't have White Mage as a sub job, otherwise I would have helped. Poor Panoramics. Yeah, if you're ever getting attacked like that and you need other people to help you, you have to select disengage in the combat menu for other people to be able to attack the monster. Otherwise, the only way people can help is by curing you, which not everybody's going to be on a job where they can do that. Like right now, I'm on Beastmaster Black Mage, so that I'm on Beastmaster just because it's my highest level job, and if I have to fight things or deal with any sort of combat, that's my most combat prepared job. And then Black Mage so that I can warp back to my home point whenever I need to. If I still had White Mage as my sub job, I could have run over there and cured him. Unlucky. Only human after all. Yeah, I've got some bad habits when it comes to explaining things. I tend to repeat myself a lot. It's definitely something that, especially when I go back and look at like some of my Silent Hill playthroughs and stuff over the years, I'll make a point and I'll get the information across, and then I will immediately explain the same point again, just explained in a little bit different way. Because I'm trying to make it as understandable as possible, and I know not everybody will understand something the first way that I put it. So a lot of times I'll repeat the same information in a little bit different manner. I'm kind of doing it right now. But that also just kind of comes from, I said, a desire to be understood. And an understanding that not everyone out there absorbs information the same way. Sometimes just slightly phrasing something a little bit differently, or getting information across in a little bit different way, is all it takes to make it click for someone. But for somebody who like gets it the first time around, it can be kind of annoying because they're like, oh, I get it. Move on. Do you have diagnosed learning disabilities, and auditory learning is a struggle because your brain loves learning things in its own way? And while frustrating, it's a good time for people to practice patience. True. That can be one of the most difficult things for people to learn, is patience. And that's one of the things I feel there's not a lot of qualities and traits I feel that I can really give myself, but patient is definitely one of them. I don't mind spending time on things. I don't mind spending time on projects. I don't mind spending time with people. I don't mind... That's a big part of being a Twitch streamer as well, just in general. You're going to have to repeat yourself. You're going to have to answer the same questions over and over. And for a lot of people, like, they just don't do that. They just don't bother. But I don't mind it. I'm a fairly patient person. Hey, Mesmero. One of the qualities that draws you here. I've always needed to be told things multiple times or in different ways for things to click. And I definitely get that. I've had plenty of friends and even family where they've had similar issues. My oldest niece, I taught her how to read and write. And it was something that, you know, my sister, her mother, was really struggling with. And a lot of that was just because she kept approaching, trying to convey that information the same way over and over, and it just would never stick. And I tried, different things where it's like, okay, to draw this letter, don't think of it as like writing a letter. Think of it as drawing a little picture. And then we'd come up with little things to make it more memorable. So it's like, okay, if you draw this letter this way, it sort of looks like this, and you can remember it that way. And that's kind of how I got her to get more used to writing and remembering how to write, and eventually how to read, where you kind of recognize each individual shape of a letter as a little bit of a picture. And that worked a lot better for her to keep that information and remember it. Because there's a lot of stuff that we are kind of taught just through brute force, Just do it over and over until you memorize it. And that's not always a good way to learn things. Like, some people can learn stuff that way, but not everyone. Sometimes you need just to approach information in a little bit different way. And my brain kind of works in a similar fashion. Like when I start learning Japanese. Japanese is very much like that. There's so many different hiragana and katakana and kanji, but learning them as images, as pictures, as little representations of something visual rather than just brute force remember, here is what the character looks like and here's the stroke order. Kind of thinking of each individual character as a little picture and drawing something. Because especially when you're younger, drawing feels more fun than writing for most people, especially at a younger age. And just making something feel a little bit more fun to do. Like, I'm not sitting down to practice writing. I'm sitting down and drawing little pictures. You're still teaching your brain the same information, just processing it in a little different way. And for some people, that difference in how you process it makes it stick better. So that's why I kind of approach everything that way. If you go back and look at my Silent Hill playthroughs over the years, you can find a lot of the same information that I've talked about multiple times in multiple different playthroughs, but I'll kind of explain it in different ways. Sometimes I'll explain it in just kind of very flat, matter-of-fact way. Sometimes I'll explain it by pulling up source information and showing it on screen. Sometimes I will show a visual example, like when I was breaking down the coin Easter egg during our last Silent Hill 2 playthrough, where I pull up the text document and explain the font and show what I'm typing out and kind of have a visual representation of what I'm explaining. Sometimes I'll explain something through metaphor. I'm out of fishing bait. 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 I'm out of fishing Hey, Shadow Noises. Doing a little better, just really tired. Had a good dinner, though. Very nice. Feel like my last good sleep was in the womb. Oh, no. I've been having a rough time sleeping, too. Me and Rachel. Sometimes it really is like that. No! Poor little guy. This game is hard. This game is hard. I just need to always be on White Mage. And just constantly be saving people. What's the penalty for death? You lose experience points. And experience points... Gaining experience points in this game is very slow going. And if you're at a low enough buffer on your experience, like you can see the gold bar in the bottom right of my screen. Right here is my experience points bar. If this was all the way to the left, where I was like just barely leveled up, if you die and lose enough experience points, you level down. And then you also have to return to your home point. You also have to return to your home point. So you lose a lot of time, potentially, of getting back to where you were. Depending on where your home point is, it can be a huge pain in the ass. What's the max level? 75. On this server, it's 75. In retail, you level up to 99. And then after 99, you have what's called I levels, which is basically extra levels after 99 that are based on other different point values that you grind out. Because once you're done getting all the experience points, then there's like merit points. And once you're done getting all the merit points, there's like, you know, all these different other things to level up. And, yeah, kind of like Paragon points in D3, or Prestige points in a lot of other games, where once you hit the max level, you kind of keep leveling stuff. And then your eye level is also based on your equipment. So a big part of retail servers is getting better and higher level equipment to raise your eye level. So, but this era on Horizon is from the old days of this game, back in the early 2000s, where it wasn't quite that complicated. You level up to 75, and then you have your merit points after that. But that's pretty much it. Am I back in Windurst? I'm in Windurst right now, yeah. If there's anything you would like to do, I just finished turning in some fish. Selling some fish on the auction house. Whenever you plan to lead a group back to the dunes again, let me know. Hirimi is doing some cooking right now, some real life cooking. But I was hoping if Hirimi has time to jump on today, that's one of the things I wanted to do. Because we've got a lot of people in Dunes range in our link shell right now. So ideally, we can get a bunch of people on to play. But even if it's just me and you, I'm down to get you out there. Level 15, bought some new armor, spells, and a sword. Very nice. Yeah, you definitely want to just try to keep up with your gear, try to keep up with your spells. Because Hirimi is sitting at level 19 right now. So we want to get you out to the dunes, get you to level 18, so that we can get your sub-job items. And then ideally get everybody up to level 20, make the run to Juno, where we can start getting people their chocobo licenses. Because that's going to make world traversal a lot more convenient and fun, because then we can ride around on chocobos everywhere. And then I think once we get everybody their sub jobs and their once everyone's got their sub jobs and once everybody's got their chocobo licenses, we can start going through some of the first like main story stuff. Start getting people their missions done. Because at level 20, we can get everybody up through their first 3, 4, 5, like 6 missions, which puts you at rank 3, which is a big milestone in this game. Tassadul, what's up, dude? Did I miss anything? Nah, we've just been hanging out, chit-chatting. I've just been doing some fishing. Making plans for when we get people online. We're going to try and get a group going to Valkyrim Dunes to level up, so if you think you'll have time to join, time to play, might be trying to gear up for that tonight. Hello, would you be willing to help with the teamwork quest, please? Teamwork quest. Someone just randomly sending me a tell, asking for help with something. I don't remember what that is. I'm down to help people. I just gotta know what we're doing. Meatwad Sprite. Level 12 Monk in West Ronfar. I'm just on a level 6 monk. This is not even a character that I really play to level up. I just use this character for sending and storing items. Just for muling. Yeah, I've got level 6 monk, level 3 red mage. Not much on George Clinton. I don't know what I can help with, but I will try to help. Let me pull up the wiki and see if I can find what they're talking about. Teamwork. Introduction to teamwork. In order to form a cohesive party, gather adventurers of the same allegiance. Get a shell ring as a reward. Form a party of 6 people from the same nation, then talk to him again. All party members must be in the Watchtower area. You need to be level 10. Okay, okay. Let's see if I can go from 6 to 10 quickly. I've got an anniversary ring. Apparently they're already done. They did it without me. They just needed the power to believe. My job here is done. Tuxedo mask meme. Let's go buy some earth crystals. Make some fishing bait. Here we go. Water, worms, corn. Can't believe how often this recipe still breaks. It's like a level 10 recipe, and I'm level 85 cooking. Like I'm already an adept culinarian. And somehow the synthesis still fails. Every once in a while. What's one of the things y'all are nearly always in the mood for to eat? I'd probably go for a lemon bar about 99% of the time. I am an absolute fiend for tortilla chips and salsa. I've had to cut way back on how often I have it because health issues. It's a lot of sodium. What kind of salsa? I mean, whatever I can get. Just some plain red tomato and pepper salsa, green salsa, mango salsa. But just like chips and dip. Chips with some sort of spicy dip is one of my absolute, just, I could eat it every day if it wouldn't spike my sodium levels and make me feel like absolute shit. Could eat Korean barbecue anytime, any day. Oh, KBBQ is so good. It's been so long. It's been a couple years since I've been able to go. There's a good spot up near Atlanta where Rachel and I have gone a few times with friends. Yeah, KBBQ. Very good. Sushi. I love a good sushi. That's another thing I could eat almost daily if I had the option, if I had the choice. Destroy salmon sushi and sashimi like nobody's business. Yeah. Gotta have eel for dessert though. Some unagi. Sushis and sashimis. big fan of the sushis and the sashimis. It's one of my favorite running gags on, one of my favorite bits from Letterkenny. For anybody who's ever seen Letterkenny, the really great Canadian comedy show. And there's an episode where, was that from the later seasons? I feel like it was one of the earlier ones, but it's been a while since I've seen the actual episode. I can't remember what season that was, but they all go ice fishing. And they're sitting around ice fishing, talking about sushis. Talking about sushis and sashimis. And it starts upsetting Squirrely Dan, because Squirrely Dan always talks by pluralizing everything he says. I appreciate that's about you. And he starts getting upset where he's like, I don't think... He's like trying his hardest to talk without pluralizing what he's saying. To correct them that you don't need to pluralize sushis and sashimis. To be fair, God, now I just want to pull up that clip. As if I haven't been dealing with enough copyright bullshit on my videos lately. But I'm also kind of at a point where it's like, fuck it. If I'm gonna get falsely copyright claimed by a bunch of scammers and shit, then who cares? We'll just watch Letterkenny on my channel. Thank you, Oleander. Yeah, that's it. Let me get to the Mog House. We can share it with everyone. Share it with the class. We'll do it like this.
No, you never.
Did too.
No, you never.
Did too.
No, you never. If you did, you'd still be talking about it.
Oh, yeah, well, where'd it come from then?
Well, you brought it from home, likely.
Well, nothing's even to cook it on anyways.
You gonna let that stop you?
What do you mean?
Haven't you ever heard of sashimis?
Sashimis.
Oh, I got time for sashimis.
Oh, I got time for sashimis.
Oh, I got so much time for sushis.
Yeah, just pull it out, hack it up, down the hatch.
No, I knows what it is. I just don't think you need to put an S on the ends of that word.
Hey, Derry, you ever had sushis with shrimps?
Yeah. You ever had sushis with unagis?
Yeah.
That's eels.
Oh, I know that's eels.
I'm pretty sure you don't need an S to pluralize those words.
Hey, Derry, you ever had sashimis with salmons?
Oh, yeah, you ever had sashimis with tunas?
Yeah, with wasabis?
Oh, yeah, I love wasabis.
I like wasabis too.
If I ask you politely to stop this, would you do it?
Oh, you can have yellowfin tuna.
If I ask you politely to stop this, would
Tunas
you?
makes the best sashimis.
I think I'm having a panic attack.
Well, the Japanese call the
Thinks
bluefin
I'm
tunas
having
the
a
guru
panic
tunas.
attack.
It's kind of like the default tunas that they use in sushis.
Yeah, but Toro is the more expensive tunas, but it makes the best sashimis.
Oh, it's way better than salmons.
Hey! When's Katie's getting back from the cities?
Oh, she'll come back when she's good and ready. She'll figure it out.
I figured she'd be back for sledding season.
Oh, Katie loves sledding.
Did it chap your ass at all that there's only one shack along the sled trail in Letterkenny?
Well, it doesn't chap my ass, but I guess there could be another stop along the trail for a social.
Yeah, like, doesn't chap my ass either, but I'm just saying that sledding and socials go together like piss and a fart.
Yeah. I guess there could be another stop along the trail for a social.
Could be another stop along the trail for a dart.
Well, it's a great spot for a darty party.
So we making a shack?
I'm surprised we're not building a new shack right now.
That's what I'm saying. I figure it's about time we stopped talking about it. Started being about it.
Oh, we could just throw up the structure and get all the materials paid off selling $2 cans.
$2 socials.
Yeah, we could sell whitefish sashimis, help expedite the process.
Oh, we could get real stinky and sell perch and walleye sushis.
Hey! Walleye. Perch. And whitefish are not juicy
Juicy.
or sashimi grade.
Well, yeah, I guess you'd have to do pot to accomplish that sort of appetite.
Says you.
Pre-game Sandos.
Check, buddy.
Classic Letterkenny. Oh, I got time for sushis. I got time for sashimis. Now I gotta fix my audio, because for some reason that clip was super quiet compared to everything else on my computer. Gotta rewatch it sometime? Yeah, that's one of those shows that I will periodically just go back and rewatch about once a year or so. I even made a Letterkenny joke in a reference when we were watching Return to Silent Hill. In Return to Silent Hill, there's a scene with James getting drunk and kicked out of a bar. And they have like the scene of the bouncer like throwing him out into the alleyway behind the bar. And I'm like, this reminds me This is like a scene out of Letterkenny. Just the way that it's shot and framed. But I put a little clip from Letterkenny to show the scene that I was referencing. Which is from, like, that's season 1. That's like episode... That might be first episode. Like first or second episode. But good show. Really, really funny. There's not a whole lot of comedy series that I get, like, particularly into. But Letterkenny is just super funny. And it's weird because, like, I'm not Canadian. I'm like about as far from Canadian as you can get. I was born and raised in Texas. But there is a lot of overlap in the type of, I guess, like, redneck humor. The way that it's portrayed for Letterkenny, and the way that it is in a lot of southern United States. So there's a lot of that stuff that is just, like, really funny and somewhat relatable. Like that in Arrested Development. I've only ever seen little bits and pieces of Arrested Development. I've never actually, like, sat down to watch it through. I'm trying to think, out of all the comedy stuff out there, like, specifically TV shows and, like, running series, stuff that I really watched. There's not that much. Big fan of Letterkenny. Used to watch Scrubs. Scrubs was a big one. Which, I still need to see the new episodes, because Scrubs just made a return. Like, Scrubs is back. Also, it's one that I got into much later, but I really like Golden Girls. It's not one of those ones that anyone in my family really watched back in the day, or that I really watched a lot, like, when I was younger, but Rachel did. So, the more time I've been, you know, ever since I met Rachel, one of the things we do a lot is we would watch Golden Girls together. And that very quickly became one of my favorite shows as well. Those ladies were icons? Absolutely. Oh, I could really go for some sushis and sashimis. With some wasabis. and some shrimps. Could really go for some unagis. You know, that's eels. Come to chat and see Mesmero's message and think I died for a moment. Yeah, we're talking about favorite comedy shows, favorite comedy TV shows. Came up because I was quoting Letterkenny and had to pull up a clip of the part that was in my head. So I mentioned Golden Girls that I got into thanks to you. Another top one for me is Strangers with Candy. Yeah, Strangers with Candy is also really good. Along with At Home with Amy Sedaris. At Home with Amy Sedaris. Amy Sedaris is really fucking funny. But definitely not PC. Especially by today's standards. There's a lot of those shows that you go back to where you're like, oh, they could not make this today. But they're really funny nonetheless. Yeah, Aqua Teen is great. Reno 911. Reno's another one that's really good for... There's moments in it that just live in my head rent-free that I think about and quote. Just new boot goofing. Those are probably my favorite quotes from Reno 911. Is Dangle getting his new boots and new boot goofing, and Patton Oswalt's character, the Dungeons and Dragons nerd. I think it's the first episode where he shows up as the D&D nerd, where they try to arrest him, and he tries to run away, and he's like, I'm wearing boots of escaping! I'm wearing boots of escaping! That's one of those quotes that's just, like, in my head at all times. Galifianakis' character? Yeah. Nick Swardson's character, Terry, is one of my favorites from Reno. Nick Swardson's one of those comedians that I like so much of what he does. Went back in his stand-up days, and then showing up on stuff like Reno, and I loved him in the movie Grandma's Boy. Just such a funny comedian. Love South Park too. South Park's a classic, but I fell off pretty hard with South Park like years ago. It's one of those ones that I love a lot of the earlier seasons, and a lot of the middle seasons, but the last several years I haven't really kept up with it. Futurama. Futurama's another excellent show that I quote a lot. I also made a Futurama reference on our Return to Silent Hill review. When when Rachel said that Mary was the sect Alessa, she is the cult sect's Alessa, and I misheard as Rachel saying she is the sex Alessa. And I made a reference to Futurama, Zap Brannigan, and his very sexy disorder. What's it called, Kif? Sexlexia. Futurama is such a banger. And, like, I grew up, like, in our household, we watched a lot of Simpsons. So, like, I was a big fan of The Simpsons early on. But Futurama was, like, so much better, in my opinion. It was so much better. It was such a better show than The Simpsons ever was. You know what the next Silent Hill needs? Blackjack and hookers. That's a quote that I love. I still think of that. That's one that I will quote. I'm gonna make my own link shell with blackjack and hookers. You know what? Forget the link shell. I mean, Futurama is especially great if you're a big sci-fi fan as well, because there's so many Star Trek, Star Wars, general, sci-fi and horror references and humor. Trying to think of some other good comedy. Key and Peele. Key and Peele was great. And I love that Jordan Peele just went on to make really good horror movies. from this like predominantly comedy background. Or back them so they get made, yeah. But that's another one that certain things from Key and Peele just like live in my head. I can't see the name Aaron without thinking Aaron. And the Continental Breakfast skit where it just turns into The Shining. And Liam Neeson's. Anytime we're talking about Liam Neeson. Liam Neeson's? Spaced is great, yeah. Simon Pegg and Nick Frost. That whole cast is so fucking funny. And just Edgar Wright is so good at doing comedy. Alright, I'm gonna go sell my fish. And we're still kind of waiting on people. Oh, Tassadul's poking around in the Horutoto ruins. Are you doing missions? Are you doing your rank 1 missions? Or are you just exploring? I'm gonna put my stuff up and maybe go try something a little more exciting than fishing. Let's go see if I can get an astral ring for a quick chunk of gill. Go do a Burning Circle Notorious Monster fight. Let's just warp. Were cats fed today? Not since early this morning. So it's about time. I'll go take care of them. Let me get in. You got it? Okay. So, let's see. I'm gonna need level 20 Beastmaster gear. And I need as much charisma as possible. I might actually have to... Oh no, I've got my battle axe. I've got the white drop that I can use. Got an axe, got a shield. I've got my ribbon. Lizard gear. Royal Footman's trousers. Battle axe. Shield. Ribbon. What do I want to do for a sub job here? I could go ninja. Do I have Utsusemi at level 10 sub job? Let me see. Let me see. Utsusemi Ichi. No, that's level 12, so I wouldn't have that anyway. So I might as well do like White Mage. In which case, we will take Justice Badge. Bone earrings are fine. Legionnaire's mitts, lizard gear, traveler's mantle, warrior's belts, footman's, stock. There we go. Everything's level 20 because I'm going to be capped at level 20. And I've got 4 extra charisma plus have some food. I've got the white drop to give 5 more charisma. And some flint caviar for 4 more charisma. Because we're going to need to charm some bats. We need to have as much charisma as possible. Of course, that's level 24, so I can't use the beast whistle. Ooh. I might actually wear the bone +1 gear. It's a little bit less defense, but I think the evasion might be more worth it. Turn in some Beastman seals while we're at it. Got my instant warp. Roll away that rusty bucket. Make sure I've got inventory space for stuff. We should be good. Hell yeah, I got canned pears. Sometimes that's such a really good snack. Just some simple canned fruit. Tsushima, Shusis, and sashimis. Yes, I know. Beastman seals. Okay, I've got 88 Beastman seals. I'm going to spend 20 of them. For a cloudy orb. What are the seals even for? I'm about to show you. You want to save them up. You go through them very quickly later on for orbs. You talk to this NPC in Juno. You trade him all of your Beastman seals and exchange them for orbs. And these orbs are used for Burning Circle Notorious Monsters, BCNMs. Ooh, I need to change my sub job. So basically you exchange the seals for an orb, and you take the orb to a Burning Circle, which is in very particular, like, dungeon areas. And when you trade the orb to the Burning Circle, it puts you into an instanced fight against a notorious monster or group of notorious monsters. And if you win the fight, you usually have a decent chance at getting some rare loot. And I feel like doing that, so that's what I'm about to go do, just for fun. And we might potentially get a very valuable ring. Let me double check. Cloudy orb. So we are doing the Wings of Fury, where we will be fighting 3 bats. And there is a 16.7% chance that I could get an astral ring, which is worth about 100,000 gil. As well as some various other stuff that is not worth nearly as much. So we really want that astral ring. Astral ring is the drop we're really hoping for. assuming we actually win the fight. I haven't done it in a while. In like over a year. But the concept is fairly straightforward. There's 3 bats. I'm going to want to charm one of the bats and make it fight the other 2 bats. And then when that bat dies, I'm going to charm one of the remaining bats and let it fight the other bat until one of those bats dies. And then I just fight the last bat myself. You can run from Ronfar. I'll keep my weapon and shield until we get to the actual thing. Oops. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. But this is a pretty popular BCNM because of the prospects of getting an astral ring, and it only costs 20 orbs or 20 Beastman seals for an orb to try to do it, and you can solo it as Beastmaster, so you don't even need like multiple people. So there might actually be a line of people doing this. I might have to wait in queue. Depending on how many people are there, if anybody else is attempting it right now. And we really just want to make sure we don't fail our first charm. I try to charm the first bat and it resists it, I just get eaten by bats. And that's it. Oh yeah, Yami. Just gotta send the Common Rider links. Just whenever you get a chance on Discord. If you want to just post them in our Anime and Weeb Stuff channel. For anybody who's interested. See who all's here. Some people leveling up level 10 jobs. This person's anonymous. I don't think anybody else is fighting it. I'm kind of nervous. I might die. I said I haven't done this fight in at least a year. Yep, nobody's in there. I got the place to myself. All right. I just got to go in. Charm a Fury. Make it fight the other Fury. And then make it fight Colo Colo. And then when it dies, charm the remaining Fury. Make it fight Colo Colo. And then hopefully the charmed bat dies and Colo Colo is weak enough that I can finish it off by myself. That's the game plan. If I fail a charm, I'm just going to have to run around crazy and try not to get bitten too much until I can try to charm again. As soon as I go in, I need to eat my caviar, eat my candy, put on Protect. Let's go. Wings of Fury. Caviar. Candy. Protect. I'm going to approach from this angle over here. Stay at max range. We got the Furies. Okay, they're fighting me. Fight. Fight. Let them fight each other. I'm going to sit over here. Stay out of range of AoE. Get rid of my poison. Cure myself. Cure myself. Rest for a bit. My bat's gonna die. There it goes. Charm the next bat. Make it fight. Run away. Opposite side of the arena. Cure my poison. Before I rest, I want to put Dia on Colo Colo. So it's taking extra damage over time. Rest. My actual gear on that I forgot to equip. Hush, Vinny. You're okay. Vinny's worried for me. He's crying. Here we go. Back up to full HP and MP. Dia. It's going well. Once my Furies get below 15%, we're going to jump in and help. There we go. They're at 5%. Turn away. Turn back. Cure my poison. He immediately just poisons me again. Cure poison. Cure myself. And we did it. Open up the chest. Come on. Let's get the ring. Show me the ring. 17 gil. Here we go. 17 gil. We didn't get it. I don't think we got it. We got a Bat Fang, a Thunder Spirit Pact, a Gonko, a Platoon Dagger, and a Batwing. We did not, in fact, get it. So now that this orb has been used, we can drop it. Time to beat up the bats harder. That would require me going back to Juno and getting another orb, which we could do, but I don't have that many seals. I had like 88, so now I'm down to 68. But let's go back to Juno and see what this stuff is worth. Oh, I broke the clear time record. Dude. World record. I didn't get the drop, but we got the fastest kill. We got the fastest kill on it. World recce. A battlefield clear time of 5 minutes and 47 seconds. What was the previous record? I missed where it said. Usually it says when you enter. Bloody orb. 3 members have entered the battlefield. Time limit is 15 minutes. Oh, I guess it didn't say. But that's fine. That was a good fight. That went pretty much as smoothly as it could. Didn't miss any charms. It got a little dicey right at the very end. Got me down into red health, but that went smoothly. Too bad we didn't get the drop. We could go try again. I might grab another orb and try again. Since nobody's there doing it anyway. Speaking of, you want a bunch of stuff to sell? Stuff to sell? Not really? Sell it yourself. To NPCs or on Auction House. I'm already overloaded with inventory problems. Alright, Thunder Spirits. Whoa! Thunder Spirit packs are like 25,000. I mean, it's not 100,000 like you get for the Astral Ring, but that was actually a better drop than I realized. I'll take 25k. So 25,000 for that. Platoon Dagger is worth 2,000. The Ganko level 20 ninja weapon. I might keep that. Because my ninja just hit level 21. And I don't think I've got something better yet. What am I using on ninja? Oh, yeah. I'm actually just going to keep that and use that for my ninja. And what else did we get? Batwing and Batfang. Those we're just going to sell to the NPCs. Too lazy to auction house sell stuff. Would net me less. Yeah, just sell to NPCs. Like, that's what I'm doing with this Batwing and the Batfangs. Just go to like a random shop NPC and select sell. So like 16 gil for the wing and 8 gil for the fang. It just gets them out of my inventory and gives me like a little bit of money. You don't have to worry about waiting for stuff to sell an auction house or anything. If you wind up with extra stuff that you just kind of need to get rid of, just sell it to NPCs. Okay, not a bad run. It gave me a weapon that I can actually use on Ninja. It gave me about 27,000 gil in profit. Not bad for 20 orbs. Or 20 Beastman seals. Not bad. Not bad. Trying to decide if I want to go run it again. Do I burn another orb and try again? Might as well. I'm leveling up a bunch of low-level jobs with all the new people joining. So I'm going to be getting a bunch of Beastman seals as we level up. Let's run it back. Ziggy, get down. Leave Pyramid Head alone. Get down. Come here. Hold on. My cat is climbing on my Silent Hill display. No, Ziggy. Vinny's just laying down. He's laying down with his fish. He's fine. Ziggy was climbing up on the little display where we have our little plush pyramid head and the fox mask display and all that. He never gets up there. I don't know what the hell he's doing. FYI, the display may or may not be getting a new item. Is it vaguely shaped like a penis? Vaguely. But yes. Oh, you actually got it? Oh boy. We're going to have our very own split head, our zip up split head lizard. Absolutely based Fangamer merch? No kidding. Just the sheer fact that we're getting Silent Hill 1 merch of any kind. Like, officially licensed Silent Hill 1 merch. It's so rare. It's so, so rare to get merch for anything outside of, like, Silent Hill 2 or new releases like Silent Hill F. Like, there's a lot of Silent Hill F merch. There's a lot of really good, really awesome Silent Hill F stuff. But there's, like, so few things that you ever get from Silent Hill 1. Yeah, Silent Hill 3 merch, there's a decent amount of Heather stuff. There's some Heather figures and plushes and things like that. And a lot of Robbie the Rabbit stuff. Silent Hill 4 would be so easy with at least the Shabby Doll. My favorite, I gotta say, like, that is my favorite kind of video game merch. Like, replicas, recreations of in-game items. Like, for Silent Hill 4, get the Shabby Doll, give me a Saint medallion. That kind of stuff is always really, really cool to me. With Silent Hill 2, when they did the coins, I thought that was a really cool one. Making the coin puzzle replica. But they missed such a huge opportunity with the coin puzzle replica. The box that it comes in with the 3 coins only has 3 slots. They should have included a 5-slot display box so that you can actually, like, arrange them with the empty spaces like the in-game puzzle solution. Like, that would have made for such a cool display. But it makes me sad how few Silent Hill 1 merchandise things there are. There's more official Silent Hill Ascension merchandise than there is official Silent Hill 1 merchandise. Think about how fucked up that is. You can get shirts and stickers and mugs with "It's Trauma" on it, like from Silent Hill Ascension. But there's like barely anything for Silent Hill 1. The Bamboozler and Shikari. Oh. People are here now. People are doing fights now. King Nipplecrust. Level 16 Black Mage. Oh, they're going in. They're doing a fight. Let's go, King Nipplecrust. Are they doing the mission fight here? Because only one person can, like, be in here to do a fight at a time. Wait, did they go in? No. They logged out in front of the door. I thought they went in to do a fight. Okay, I guess I'm going in. I guess it's my turn then. Make sure I've got all my stuff. Wings of Fury, take 2. Let's see if I can get a PB. Caviar. Oh, I keep my buffs. I thought those reset when you go in and get level capped. Oh, that's even better. Got him. Go fight. Go fight. Oh my god, that did so much damage. But we're good. We're good. Let them fight. Sit over here, cure myself. Oh, see, now when I came into it, it says the record is held by Vivity. If I can beat 5 minutes, 47 seconds. Let's see if we can get a PB. And it'll show that to any other players who come in. Like, if anybody comes in and does this, it'll show my name as being, like, the record holder. Alright, here they come. Charm, charm, charm. We got it. Fight. Run away. Cure myself. Throw Dia. Da na 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 na. My bats are actually doing too well. I need the bats to die before Colo Colo. If Colo Colo gets down to like 10%, oh, that's right, I can't. Okay, okay, Colo Colo takes the lead. It's a close battle. It should be okay. This should be fine. 13%. Let's go ahead and put Dia on. Let's see if I can get a Paralyze on there as well. The problem is, if my Charmed Bat kills Colo Colo, there's no way for me to uncharm those bats. So we have to just like stand around and wait for them to get uncharmed. And if the time limit for the battle runs out first, before they uncharm, then I just lose. But we're good. I think we win. This should be a PB. Boom. Chest. Give me the ring. What's the time? What's the clear time? And give me the ring. I don't think we got it. New clear time is 5 minutes 2 seconds. A new world record. A new world record by 45 seconds. We managed to cut 45 whole seconds off. Once again, I did not get the good drop. We didn't even get a Thunder Pack Spirit this time. Bat Fangs, Deodorize, those are not worth anything. Platoon Axe and Green Rock, I don't think are worth anything. Also, I forgot to bring a warp to go back home. So we are going to run on foot. I mean, it's not too bad. It just means I have to run back to the outpost on foot. Okay. 2-0, 0-2 rather, on Astral Ring drops. But I feel good that I can still consistently do that fight. But yeah, I used to just spam this bat fight over and over when I had hundreds of Beastman Seals. I would just keep doing it over and over. And it's a decent chunk of money if you can get good drops anyway. Still have like 37 of those? Yeah, just keep saving them up. Just save them up, because there's a lot of Burning Circle stuff we're gonna want to do as people start leveling up. It's one of those things. It's like easy to forget. Like when I first started playing this game, and I didn't know what Beastman Seals were for, and I just was like, these things just take up my inventory, and I can't sell them, and I can't trade them, and I can't do anything with them. So I would just throw them away. And I probably threw away like 100 of them before I learned what they were for and how important and valuable they are. So, gotta try to remember to let all these new people who've been joining and playing the game for the first time be like, I know these things seem like just inventory -1, but trust me, you want to save them up. Because there's a lot of equipment and scrolls for spells that you can only get from BCNMs. And some of them are, because you can only get them from BCNMs, buying them off the auction house is like super, super expensive. Like eventually I'm gonna need to get Utsusemi Ni for Ninja. And if I remember correctly, that is one of the ones. Let me check the wiki. Utsusemi Ni. Yeah, Utsusemi Ni, you can get it from level 30 and level 40 BCNMs. Whoa! I found another VV. And they got the Black Mage AF too. The Imposter. I mean, this is pretty much how I looked a lot of the time on retail servers when I was leveling up Black Mage. I actually cosplayed this. I made the Black Mage Artifact 2 armor. Let me see if I can find a picture. Yeah. This is me and my friend Mark and Tabitha at a Ren fair. But that's me dressed in the full Black Mage AF armor, like the Taru here is wearing. That looks like Saruman's staff? It is. That's Hirimi's Saruman staff. Also, what's up, lad? Yeah, that's Hirimi's staff. Hirimi let me borrow that Saruman staff. But yeah, we made this the full AF2 cosplay set. And then my friend Mark there in the full red mage. And my friend Tabitha in the starter Mithra equipment. Our little Final Fantasy XI group at the Texas Ren Fair. Oh, here's my super cool dramatic photo of it. Look how moody and broody I am. How dare you? How dare you, goblin? Oh, I got 17 gil from that goblin thug. That common fucking goblin dropped exactly what I managed to get from like a level 25 notorious monster that can potentially drop something worth like $500,000. Do it, Tassadul. Be a Mithra. Be a Manthra. Live your dreams. Rachel's erasing her cosplaying days. I will never erase my weeb shit history. I embrace my cringe. We can't? The pictures are still all over the internet? I mean, some of them are. You really gotta dig for them, though. Because they're from real early days of internet, you know? Platoon Axe, that's worth 4,000. We're from the grandparents' era of cosplay, kind of. Like, legitimately, I've come across Instagram reels and YouTube shorts where people are like, look at what cosplay was like back in the day, and it's pictures from like 2004 2005, and I'm like, Jesus, I could be in these somewhere. Like, that was people treat it like, you know, ancient times. Like, can you believe people used to just cosplay for fun and they weren't OnlyFans models and professional costume designers? How it used to be in the dark days? Those were not the dark days. Those were the best of times. Just people having fun, dressing up like characters. You didn't care. You didn't care if you were trying to, like... I mean, there was obviously still people who took it really seriously, and there were still, like, cosplay competitions and stuff, but the majority of convention cosplay and stuff like that was just people having fun. And, I feel like a little bit of that spirit has been lost. There's a little less of that now. Because people now are worried, like, if I make a cosplay, people are going to take pictures and post it all over social media. And I don't want to be, they're like embarrassed. They're like, I don't want to be the bad cosplayer that gets memed on and things like that. But back then it was just like, you know, just do it. Social media wasn't the way that it is now. And you didn't really care. You didn't really think about it. It was just going to be like, yeah, I'm going to take pictures with my friends and then look back on these pictures, which is exactly what I do. Look back and I look back fondly. Oh God, my Bridget cosplay. I've got pictures. I've got the photos, Hirimi. We're going to put them all over social media right now. Look at Hirimi. Look at that young Hirimi. That costume is fully hot glued. And then, did Mark make the cuff? That was when Mark was making all of our, like, props and stuff, because he had, like, an actual good woodworking setup at his house. Hirimi was also an amazing Maito Gai cosplayer. Like, actually picture perfect. Live action Naruto adaptation right here. You want to see my very first cosplay ever? This was at... Was this Ushicon or Anime Fest? This was like 2002. I love how cursed it is that you can see my face through the mask. Oh yeah, it's right there. April 21st, 2002. I was a Shadow Heartless. Stop? Oh my god, never. Never. I just got done talking about how I embrace my cringe era. I never left my cringe era, let's be honest. This is not long before I met you, right? So that would have been at Anime Fest in 2002, which would have been shortly before I joined the Ushicon forums. And that would have been when I started meeting you and everybody else online. Like, we got to know each other through the Ushicon boardy stuff. And then probably about 6 months after that would have been one of the first Ushicon boardy meetups, where a lot of us were getting together and meeting in person before Ushicon happened. When we all just got together at, like, where was that first meetup? Was that Austin Park and Pizza? Is that place even still there? Holy shit, it is. That's kind of crazy. They changed the fucking name. But yeah. About 6 months or so after that photo, we would have had a boardy meetup for all the Ushicon forum members to meet in person before the convention itself. And that would have been when we met the first time in person. And when I would have told you about my birthday happening in January. Because then you would have come over for my birthday in January when we played DDR at my house. And then, like, a couple weeks after my birthday was Ushicon. So that would have been Ushicon 2003, where we went to our first proper, like, convention together. And tricked us into thinking you were our age by not saying how old you were. I was mature for my age. Not really, clearly. I did look older than I actually was. Let's see. We got some more good cosplay. I was 2D from the Gorillas. The classic Clint Eastwood T-Virus. Look at this. You can tell just how different the era was because I'm taking a photo in a mirror with a digital camera. Because cell phones were still fucking garbage in that era. Like, cell phones were shit, and cell phone pictures were terrible. So you can immediately get an idea of how old this is, just based on the fact that it's a mirror shot with a digital camera instead of just like a cell phone. My personal best cosplay, like, I showed Hirimi's Maito Guy, which is arguably one of the best cosplays, best portrayals of a character that Hirimi ever did. I think the best that I ever did was Dan Hibiki from Street Fighter. the hair. Yeah. And I mean, that's my real hair. Hold on. We got some more. We can find more of like a full body shot. But I worked, it's a very simple cosplay, but I worked very hard on like poses and facial expressions to try to match the character as best I could. That was one of my favorite cosplays, where I feel like I managed to capture the essence of the character very well. And then there is, of course, the cosplay that I put the most work into, even though it wasn't necessarily the best looking. But this is by far the cosplay that I put the most effort into. And it's so obscure, most people don't even know what it is. Dr. Chimera from Tenchu Wrath of Heaven. So in the Tenchu series, in the third Tenchu game, the first one on PS2, Hi Kakashi. You can again tell the era that this is from just based on the other cosplayers in the background. You got Vash the Stampede. You've got Alucard, Kakashi. But yeah, I built a like almost 6 foot tall wooden puppet and wore it around on my back for a weekend at a convention as Dr. Chimera from Tenchu Wrath of Heaven. And that thing was heavy as fuck. I was like 50 pounds, 60 pounds of just like solid wood. Yes, and I was walking around with that on my back wearing wooden Geta sandals. And I managed to never like fall and break my fucking neck. How long did I practice walking in them? A lot. A lot. I literally would just wear them out to hang out with friends. We used to go to meetups with people where we would get together with other convention friends and just go to like the arcade, and I would just like wear my Geta sandals to the arcade to get used to walking around in them. We used to go to this place called the Sunken Gardens, which was just a really nice, pretty garden and park area, which was amazing for cosplay pictures. So I would just like wear my Geta sandals to the park, to the Sunken Gardens. I would just wear them out to random things that I did with my friends, and until I could walk in them naturally. And after that, I started wearing more cosplay that used Geta sandals, such as this cosplay when I was Jiraiya from Naruto. Also, that is my friend Tabitha, who was the Mithra in the Final Fantasy XI stuff. In the Final Fantasy XI Renaissance Fair picture that I showed, dressed as the Mithra. That's her back there as Orochimaru. Orochimaru. Yeah, that was one of our friends back there is Iruka. And obviously another one of our friends there up front as Hinata. Absolute Relics. Oh yeah, this was a very special time in my life. All of my cosplay years, because again, the first cosplay I showed you when I started doing all that was 2002, and one of the things that got me into conventions and cosplay and stuff in the first place, in 2001, I went to a place called the Austin Gaming Expo, where you could go and buy and sell and trade a lot of video game stuff, and then they also had video game tournaments going on. So I went to the Austin Game Expo in 2001 for a DDR tournament. I was really big into Dance Dance Revolution at that time, and I got to a point where I started playing competitively and trying to go to tournaments and stuff. So in 2001, I went to the Austin Game Expo to enter into the DDR tournament. And one of the people who won in the tournament was a guy by the name of Dave Henkin. And Dave Henkin eventually became the founder for one of the bigger conventions in Texas, San Japan in San Antonio. So I met Dave through this Dance Dance Revolution tournament in 2001, and I was just kind of chatting with him after the tournament, like, where are the other tournaments? Like, where should I go for more DDR tournament practice? And he was like, anime conventions. You got to hit up anime conventions because they always have a gaming room and they always do tournaments and stuff. So that was Dave. I owe everything going to conventions and stuff to my friend Dave. And a couple years later, Dave started going through the process of starting his own convention. It was kind of a weird situation where somebody else was starting the convention, and then they kind of dropped out, and then Dave picked up the pieces and like made it happen. But I was there from the very beginning, like helping Dave get San Japan up off the ground. I actually showed up on the San Antonio Morning News to promote San Japan the first year, where Dave managed to like pay for a spot on the local news in the morning and wanted to bring a bunch of cosplayers on just to show like, hey, like, come out to anime conventions. This is cosplay. Like, this was from an era where people didn't really know what conventions and cosplay were. So it wasn't like common knowledge. Like, normies didn't get it. So he rented out a spot on the morning news and brought a bunch of us on in cosplay to do like a little, kind of like a fashion show almost, to promote San Japan. So I was on the San Antonio Morning News dressed as Jotaro Kujo from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Again, this is back in like 2002, 2003, when nobody knew what the fuck JoJo's Bizarre Adventure was. Here's my Jotaro from back in the day. But I went on the local news and along with some other friends of ours to promote San Japan. And then every year that we were, that San Japan was going on, I volunteered at the convention, and then eventually I became a regular staff member for San Japan. And by the time, fast forward to like 2012, 2013, Hirimi and I were night event directors for San Japan. Where originally I came on to sort of help Hirimi, who was the original night event director. Well, he had taken over for somebody else, but he was the night event director before me, and then Hirimi kind of retired from it, and I took over as the main night events director for San Japan. So, yeah, got a long history, a big chunk of my life of cosplay and anime conventions and all sorts of stuff like that. Getting so much lore? Yeah, you're getting a lot of Nub Zombie lore today. Just kind of going down a nostalgia rabbit hole. Then I pawned that shit off on you and I was just too tired to do it anymore. I mean, it was a rough job. There was a lot. There was a lot we had to do. Especially because anime convention staff can be very hit or miss. There are some people who, were giving it their all and going above and beyond to make sure that everything went as smoothly as possible and that they helped out everyone else as much as they could. And then there was a lot of people who were staff and volunteers who just wanted a free badge and a free room, and then you never fucking saw them. So you wound up having to do a lot of other people's work as well. So, yeah, I can understand just being tired of it and kind of being over it. Being the Go For It cons that knew me and staff heads just told everyone to let me get everything done. Yeah, that's kind of how it started for us. We were just friends with the owner. We were friends with Dave, and we were friends with a lot of the staff of San Japan, so we were some of the people who would actually, work for our badge. Special little Nepo babies turned into real hard-working staff members. Yep. But that's how it was. We legitimately would do everything we could to help, to make sure that the staff were doing what they were doing, to make sure the convention was going as smoothly as it can. Because, especially once we got into those later years, we had spent so many years just going to conventions and enjoying ourselves. We wanted to make sure that other people were able to enjoy those cons as much as we did. So it felt nice just being able to participate in the process of making the convention happen. Even if it was just grunt work, even if it was just like, there was a lot of times where it was just getting a big cart and loading up a bunch of equipment and setting up like a panel room or setting up a viewing room or helping people like load and unload stuff for, you know, some of the staff rooms where it's like, okay, we've got a staff room up here where 12 people are staying in this one suite and we've got 10 cases of water downstairs in the truck. Go get it. I'd just be like, okay. So essentially you were like a production assistant too. Over the years, like I said, I started with San Japan at the very early foundations of the convention. And then I stayed all the way up to the point where I was a night events director by the time I left in like 2016 or so. 2016 or 2017. The only reason I really stopped even kind of going to San Japan was by that point I was focusing so heavily on streaming. And obviously now I live in a different state. But over those years, that was like 15, you know, almost 15 years of helping that convention and helping friends out and stuff like that. We did everything. By the time I stopped really going to cons and working San Japan, we had done literally anything you can think of. We were production assistants. We helped manage attendance. So, like, sitting at a table and giving people their badges. We worked as security, getting rid of people who had complaints against them that we had to kick out of the fucking convention. We worked as in-betweens for hotel staff, where anytime we needed stuff from the hotel or from the venue, we were running messages back and forth between hotel staff and convention staff. We were helping set up panel rooms. We were participating in panel rooms where, like, there were panels that we ourselves ran or that we ran, that other friends ran, that we helped with. We helped with cosplay show setup. We helped with musical guests and stage setup. I've helped with autograph sessions and, you know, helping direct guests to their respective, like, autograph areas and managing the lines and attendants that were coming in to get autographs. Everything. There's practically everything that we did. Hope they paid you good for all that work? Not at all. The payment was just, you got a badge and you got maybe a designated spot to sleep. Maybe. Sometimes. Not always. There were plenty of times where I was there busting my ass at a convention and then sleeping in my car. But no, we didn't get paid well at all. If the times where we actually got money was so few and far between, and it was usually just like here's a $10 or a $15 stipend so that you can go and grab some cheap fast food for yourself and like maybe one other staff member. But even that, by the end of it, I was paying for that shit out of my own pocket. There were plenty of times when I was night event director and a lot of the other night staff who were up overnight with me, I would just check in with them and be like, when did you last eat? And if they didn't know, or they couldn't give me an answer, or it was like more than 5-6 hours ago, which was almost always, I would be like, I'm going to go across the street. I'm going to go into the Denny's. What do you want? Like, I will bring you back whatever. And I would just pay for other people's meals and stuff out of my own pocket to make sure that, because it wasn't just staff, you know, they were my friends. We were all just friends who had essentially grown up together in that Texas convention circuit. So it was like, I just wanted my friends to have a good time, whether they were there as an attendee or whether they were there as staff or a volunteer. We just wanted to take care of each other and make sure everybody had a good time. Pay was just not even part of the equation. Especially once I got to the point where I was talking to, you know, Dave and people who were at the very top of like the convention staff, like the people, the main directors and owners for the conventions, where I got to be friends with them, and knowing just how expensive it was to run conventions. Like, nobody was making any money. Nobody was making money to like pay staff. Any money, any funds, anything that the con managed to earn would immediately go towards hiring, you know, guests and paying for whoever we were trying to get the following year, and paying for the venue space itself. The conventions, especially at that time, were not profitable at all. So none of us expected money. We knew there was no money to be had. God bless the local Denny's. Denny's fucking saved so many asses. Having a 24-hour diner close by to a convention was always a blessing. At least you were able to meet the Silent Hill band that one year? Yeah. That was 2014. San Japan 2014. I was night events director. I had fully taken over. That might have been the first year that I fully took over as night events director. I think 2013 might have been your last year. And then 2014, we got Akira Yamaoka and the Silent Hill band. Were you still there that year? Okay. Yeah, that was when the the handoff started happening. But yeah, at that time, Hirimi and I, we were aspiring musicians, so we took our guitars with us, like, everywhere. It didn't matter what we were doing. We were those guys who just brought our guitars around to play no matter where we were, or practice, or, you know, something. So we had our guitars up in our hotel room, and I realized I was gonna have just a small window in between all of my responsibilities as staff and the time where I could meet Akira Yamaoka. So during that very small window, I went up to the hotel room and I was like, I need to get a guitar signed by Yamaoka. And out of the two guitars that we had brought, Hirimi had the better guitar. So I took Hirimi's guitar and took it down to the autograph line, to the meet and greet. So we met Akira Yamaoka. I met Akira Yamaoka and Mary Elizabeth McGlynn and Israel Uloa, who was their tour drummer at the time, and got them all to autograph the guitar, Hirimi's guitar. So Hirimi is still in possession of that. A guitar autographed by the Silent Hill Band. Oh, yeah, that's right. That's right. You were online duty at the time. And I was trying to cut through the line to get over to the autograph session. And just out of habit, you were just exhausted and sleep deprived and focusing on your job. So you actually stopped me when I was trying to rush over to the autograph session. And yeah, I kind of stared you down for like a minute of like, I'm allowed. I'm allowed to do this. Marie, you got to see Akira a few weeks ago. He was great. Very nice. I'm so glad he's doing another US tour right now. That more people are getting to see him, because it's rare. For whatever reason, it is hard to get Yamaoka to come to the States. I still don't know how we managed to get him for San Japan in 2014, to be honest. But like, Yamaoka manages to do tours and concerts and stuff, but a lot of times when he does them in like Europe and Russia and South America. But coming to the US is kind of few and far between. But that's awesome. I'm glad you got to see him. Got to awkwardly bow at Akira Yamaoka while thanking him and the band for coming. That's okay. I got to awkwardly try to talk to him in broken Japanese, meeting him and thanking him and telling him I appreciate his work when I got the guitar signed. And we kind of had a moment where he was asking me if, like, he wanted me to sign anything, like, write something specific on the guitar. And I kind of, like, didn't quite understand him at that time. My Japanese was still very rough. I mean, it's still very rough today, but it was even worse back then. And I didn't really know how to talk to him, and what he was asking. So he just wrote "guitar." Yeah, he wrote "guitar," just the Japanese pronunciation for guitar on the guitar. So he signed his name, and then under it he just wrote "guitar." Yeah, that's right. After the autograph, in order to make sure they didn't get smudged or damaged or anything like that, Hirimi got clear plastic pick material and put it over the signatures. That because, like, we at that time we were still playing music with our friend G in studios. We were recording music and we were playing open mics in Austin. So we were still using that guitar. Like, we couldn't just, like, hang it up on a wall. It was still in use, and we didn't want to fuck it up, like playing it and dropping it and scratching it or anything like that. So had to make sure the signatures were preserved. Time to bring the band back? One day. One day Longboy will rise again. I have Longboy pictures too. Look at this. Look at this beast. There we go. Singing my little ass off. What I love about this picture, this is my favorite picture from any of our open mics. This is my absolute favorite picture because... So first of all, that's the guitar. The guitar that I'm playing, that's the signed guitar. But also, just based on your body language and facial expression, along with my goofy ass expression over there, I know exactly what song we're playing. We're playing Prisoner Christmas. That's not Kickapoo. That's Prisoner Christmas. That's 100% Prisoner Christmas. That's hitting the ooh wah wah hoo hoos. When you bring your arm up like that. So that's 100% us playing Prisoner Christmas. Because I would always pull a dumb face when I'm doing the background vocals for that part. But yeah, that was our band Longboy playing at Breakpoint at the Boardwalk in Austin, Texas, back in the day. Love how this turned into a Nub and Friends lore stream. I mean, I'm good with it. I like sharing this kind of stuff. Dogs Out is crazy? Have you ever been to Texas outside in the middle of the summer while doing something very physically demanding, such as playing music up on a stage? It's fucking hot. You won't think Dogs Out is that crazy. Dealing with that kind of heat. Flip-flops were the rage in 2000s, 2010s too. I don't know if I'd say that. Sandals were definitely just... I don't know. I didn't give a shit at that time. I was a scuzzy stoner musician, not doing much else. So I just went for comfort. And flip-flops were much more comfortable for me back then. Gonna hit the lurk for now. Thank you for the trip down memory lane. Oh yeah, anytime. Anytime. I still have hundreds of pictures like those. I could do hours and hours of just going down memory lane of conventions and open mics and all sorts of stuff. Might need some from you that I don't have. I'll have to go through what I've got. We'll have to do like a screen share session on Discord, and I'll just go through my folders, and you can let me know what you want, and I'll send it to you. And Rachel just finished work. Man, that means it's already almost midnight. Holy shit. Dude, the time flies so fast when I'm playing Final Fantasy XI. Time flies when we're having fun, going down memory lane. Do we have more people on? Still don't have very many people on. Tassadul, did you plan on playing tonight? And Shadow Noises, did you plan on playing? If we want to try and get a little group going for Valkyrim Dunes leveling. can hop on soon. Yeah, if you feel like playing, if you'll be able to join tonight. Probably set up and try and get a Dunes party rolling out. Does depend on your circles too, I guess. Recall people shopping around for the distressed leather look. Yeah. It definitely just kind of depends on a lot of things. Region and circles and all of that. I do remember very vividly because I used to work for a shoe store that primarily focused on like work boots and stuff. I used to work for Red Wing Shoes. And I can remember the company opened up a new location at this outdoor mall near Austin. And I got promoted because I was just like a senior associate at the store that I was working at. And they offered me a promotion to assistant manager if I moved over to the outlet mall location. And I remember moving out there for the outlet mall location. And this was right when Crocs became a thing. And right across from us in the outlet mall was a Crocs store. And they were always busy as fuck. And everybody walking around. Everybody was wearing fucking Crocs. That just became like the thing. Proud to say, have never worn or owned Crocs. Neither have I. Hear they're super comfortable, but I wouldn't know either. I mean, they were just fucking foam sandals. Like... But they were super popular. And fucking everybody had them at that time. Did a stint at the Vans store? Hell yeah. I used to skateboard when I was younger, and Vans was always my go-to. I've still got... I don't have any more pairs of actual Vans shoes, But I still have a lot of my old t-shirts, my Vans t-shirts from back then. My skateboarding days. One of those things I still want to get back into. If I can really stick with exercising and keeping my weight down and get to a point where I don't feel like my knees and ankles would just explode on impact. Because I'm almost 40 and that's just kind of where my body's at right now. I would love to get back into skateboarding. Used to skateboard, but it's been over 10 years. It's been like 20 years for me, almost. But yeah, I got into skateboarding when I was like 7. A friend of mine, literally in like first or second grade, was just really big into skateboarding and started teaching me how to skate. So once that happened, me and him just skated everywhere. Like that was just how we got to and from school and just how we got around town and what we would do for fun. So we were just skating all the time. So he got me into that super young. And then it's funny because then I had another friend. My friend Reeve was the skateboarder. My friend Anthony was really big into inline skating. So I also started getting into inline roller skating. And we would go out to this skate park in, God, where was it? I think it was in Plano, Texas. It used to be called Eisenberg's. And we would go out to this skate park and just spend the whole day skateboarding and rollerblading. I was big into the extreme sports. It was a lot of fun. Did anyone have the fingerboards? I did, but I never got particularly crazy about them the way some people did. Those are one of those things that wound up getting stupid popular at one point, where I can remember our school had to ban them because too many kids were bringing them in and just fucking with them throughout classes and skating on their desk and not paying attention and shit. Remember when yo-yos got really popular? Yeah, what the fuck was that about? It was like a school assembly thing, right? Because I remember there were quote-unquote professional yo-yo people who came to our school and did they did a thing on stage, showing off yo-yo tricks. And then yo-yos got really super popular and everybody those wound up getting banned. Yeah, we're the same age, Oleander. Yeah, that was around 4th or 5th grade. Fidget spinners? See, that's way after my time. That's way after. Like, I've never fucked with fidget spinners. Never fucked with fidget spinners. We had fucking Pogs. We had Pogs. I had a huge ass Pog collection. Probably worth billions today. Ever seen Crazy Bones? I don't remember Crazy Bones. That one doesn't ring a bell. I'm looking it up. Small collectible plastic figurines. Based on the game Knucklebones. Oh, okay. I vaguely remember those. It was not something that I ever got into, but yeah, I kind of remember that. But no, I had the Pogs. I remember Beyblades. I remember the first introduction of Beyblades. As far as like dangerous toys that wound up getting banned. Beyblades are still going strong, and now they have metal ones? Well, they had metal ones back in the day. That was like one of the big problems with them when they came out. And then they changed them to make them plastic and try to make them more safe. And I think now it's come full circle, where there's like super dangerous metal ones again. Millennial lawn darts. There was a lot of shit like that. Just like dangerous toys. Still have a binder from 5th grade. It's the most 90s fucking thing. Oh, I wish I still had some of those things. My 5th grade binder would have been full of like Dragon Ball Z fan art that I'd printed off the internet. When people were like They leaked Super Saiyan 10. And it's like fan art where the hair is just like gigantic. That was that era for me. Where I had all sorts of Dragon Ball Z fan art and stuff all over my school binder. Yeah, Reaver, falling for Dragon Ball AF, Super Saiyan 5, and all that stuff. Yeah, now the reality is so much crazier than anything, any of the fan-made rumor stuff from back then. Now we have Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan and Ultra Instinct and so much crazier shit. Blue and silver hair. Hey, what's up, Black Sun? How's the 17 Gil sauna going today? It's going pretty well. We did have a certified 17 Gil moment. I killed a common goblin thug next to an outpost earlier, and it dropped exactly 17 gil. So I was like, oh, look at that. This common goblin dropped the same loot as the notorious monster that we spent like hours camping. When will the t-shirts be available? I don't know. I gotta look into that. I don't have merch anymore. All of my stream merch used to be through Design by Humans, and Design by Humans shut down last year. And nobody ever really bought my merch, so I have not bothered trying to like make merch happen again. I would consider a 17 gil piece of merch if I actually still had a storefront or anything. But there's not much. Now those are rare collectible items, the Nub Zombie merch. My wife probably owns half of it. Yeah, that's when you were just a fan and watching, but you're one of the few people who ever bought any of my merch things. Well, yeah. Your wife wakes and sleeps in her Black Sun gear? Yeah, my wife still wears my Harry Meowson shirts from time to time. The tank top and the hoodie. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh, yeah, we've got the this time of year shirt. Behold my beautiful school binder of 90s. Oh, is it in the Discord? Oh, the Lisa Frank. Look at that. The neon green and purple. Can I show it on stream? Do I have your permission? Do you want me to crop your dogs out of photo number 3? Don't worry, I got you. I do the same thing anytime I'm like taking pictures. It's like always manage to somehow get a fucking foot in the photo. Look at that. Look at the colors. I love this one. Some classic school binder action. I said that like rainbow Lisa Frank and the purple and green. Just, I think I had a pair of rollerblades that same purple and green. That was just. Those were the color of your moon shoes. That was just like such a common color scheme. Yeah, Rachel's wearing one of my merch shirts now. She's got the Harry Mousen tank top on. Oh, and Hirimi. I didn't even realize Hirimi sent me pictures on Discord. Some pictures I did not have from our Final Fantasy XI group at Ren Fair back in the day. Oh, these are much higher resolution than the ones I have too. But yeah, another little shot of our Final Fantasy XI friend group at the Texas Renaissance Fair back in the day. Me in the middle with my Black Mage Artifact 2. My friend Mark there in the Red Mage, and my friend Tabitha in the Mithra starter gear. And I'm drinking from a lambskin a lambskin wine bag. Mark with his giant red, like, strawberry daiquiri or whatever that was. And Tabitha with the white one. We had our, like, color-coded drinks, cosplay coated drinks. That's a good photo. I completely forgot about that one. And then another one where I took a picture with a fellow wizard. This was the stuff I liked. This was just like a random guy at the Ren Fair. And I was just like, I want to take a picture with that fellow wizard. The sparkle wizard. Holding up a bottle of mead. I drank that entire bottle. And several more over the course of that day. Bet that went well with the heat. It didn't go as poorly as it could have. But there was one year where I tried pulling the same stunt, and it was especially hot, and I was wearing... We were doing a pirate theme that particular year. So I had lots of layers of leather and like a super heavy leather duster coat in like 100-degree Texas heat, and thought it would be a good idea to drink like 4 bottles of mead by myself. I don't remember most of that day. I can remember getting to the Ren Fair. I can remember buying the mead and walking around with friends at the start. And then I can remember blacking out, waking up on a hill, because there was this like big grassy hill that led up to one of the stages. And I was just like passed out on this hill, and my friend came and woke me up, found me and woke me up, because apparently I'd wandered away from my group. And they found me and woke me up, and were trying to, like, they said they tried to walk around the fair a little bit more with me, but I was like too gone to even stand, and they wanted to get me out of there before like cops or medics or anybody intervened. So I don't remember any of this. I just have to go off of like what people told me. Because the next thing I can remember is puking my guts out with most of my costume taken off. I think I just had my pants on. But I had nothing on my torso out in the parking lot, leaning against my friend Mark's truck. Just like absolutely puking my guts out. Until I had everything out of my system. Oh, the Thunder Pact. The Thunder Spirit Pact sold 25,000. But yeah. That was a rough Renaissance fair. Way too much alcohol, way too much heat, way too much hot clothing. Ren Fair goes hard. I loved going to the Renaissance fairs. Other than that time where I overdid it, most of the time we managed to like have a really nice time. It's always such a vibe. But I love that kind of stuff at Ren Fairs. I will just get me some mead and sit down, find a good spot to sit and listen to music. I just like listening to live music. So going to Renaissance fairs and listening to the live music performers while I sit and get drunk. Like, I could enjoy an entire day of just doing that. That was you last year, too much mead. It happens. These things happen. I don't drink at all, like, anymore, so I'm a complete lightweight now. The last few times where I've tried to have a drink, I had, like, one small mixed drink with some gin, and that's, like, all I need. Or I'll take, like, a couple very small
glasses of like soju. And I'm like, okay, that's all I need. I just don't drink anymore. I don't live that life anymore. Which is a shame because Rachel and I have this like massive alcohol collection. And neither of us really drink anymore. Not all bought by us, no. It was like we'd have a party and friends would come over and they'd be like, oh, just keep it. Just keep it here for the next time. So anytime friends would come by and get together, they would bring drinks that they prefer. We would buy some extra stuff to try to accommodate for everybody. And the stash just kind of like grew and grew and grew. Yeah, a lot of times Rachel made some really good Jell-O shots. And that used to be one of our like regular things to do is Rachel would just sit and slave in the kitchen and make like, what was the most you made? I want to say around like 50 or 60 or something in one go. Yeah, and I mean, we went through a lot of them. We definitely went through a lot of them. Us and friends, not just us, but... Find it really hard to say because of all the friends I have in recovery. No worries, you'll get back to it. I'm not too worried about getting back into drinking, personally. It's one of those things that's, like... It's nice once in a while. I like, if we do, like, Korean barbecue again, I'll definitely drink, you know, a glass or two of soju. Or having some sake. Or something like that with a meal. But my days of just, like, drinking to get fucked up long behind me. Long behind me. I used to do drunk streams. I used to do drinking streams. Where I would just sit and do like a marathon of Silent Hill games and gradually get more and more drunk as the night went on. But I'm not really about that life anymore. I had my fun. I survived it. I've got a lot of fond memories. But it's not something I ever really care too much to really do anymore. Don't even really drink, but those sound really good. Oh, the orange creamsicle tequila Jell-O shots? Yeah. Oh, they were dangerous. Because they were just good. It was just tasty Jell-O, and you didn't even really taste the tequila, like, hardly at all. But you'd feel it. You'd sit and just be like, oh, these are good. I could just knock back like 4 of these. They're just tasty Jell-O snacks. And next thing you know, you're just like sitting on the floor. Like, when did I get down here? I feel like singing. Can we play Rock Band? I want to sing. Where did my pants go? It's funny how different people react to alcohol in different ways. Some people, alcohol makes them want to like take off their clothes. For me, like, alcohol always made me lean into music. It always made me want to sing and play music. Five foot tall, so everyone was a good leaning post. Oh yeah, I know. I've got pictures. I've got stuff from GDQ. When we were hanging out and drinking in up in the hotel room with all of our friends. Still have soju in your fridge? Haven't drank because you haven't had a good reason to? So do we. That said, we've got a lot of alcohol in general just kind of stashed away. We actually had an entire... we got like a baker's rack, and it was full of just like dozens and dozens of different types of alcohol, all the bottles, all the mead, you know, everything, like just about everything you can imagine. And now we we cleared it off because neither of us really drink anymore. So now it's like a proper baker's rack where it's got our pots and pans and measuring cups and bowls, mixing bowls. Now we actually use it for its intended purpose instead of an alcohol stand. Favorite soju? There's a lot. Plum. I like plum. I like strawberry. Yeah, the watermelon that we used to be able to get was really good. Have to say I've had some eye-shuddering Jello shots that were just gelatin barely holding on to some rot gut grain. Never had anything quite that rough, but there are definitely times where Rachel's made some a little too strong than she anticipated, where like there was enough alcohol in them they never really fully became Jello. They stayed very liquidy. The alcohol content was just too much for the gelatin to like bind to itself. Yeah, it was basically just Jello flavored shots. Oh, I mean, we definitely still fucking drank them. Made sake for the first time last September. Passed out free shots at Colossal Con. You made your own sake. That's awesome. That's one thing I've never ever dabbled or tried. Never tried like making my own alcohol or anything like that. Going back to the Renaissance Fair topic from earlier though, we used to have a friend that we would go to Ren fairs with, who made a lot of his own alcohol and made a lot of his own like custom infusions, and would just keep all of these little tiny like potion bottles with all these little homemade alcohols that he would share with people. And a lot of times, you know, he'd make some relatively like kind of normal stuff that you would expect, like fruit infused flavor vodkas and things like that. But he would always make a little batch of like weird stuff. And I can remember getting really drunk on bacon infused tequila at one of those Ren fairs, where he was like, here you go, try this one. And oh my god, it was tequila bacon in liquid form. And it wound up being so much better than I thought it would be. And I drank so much of it. You're in Texas, haven't been to the Ren Fair in probably 8 years. I mean, it's been a long time since I've been able to go to. I've yet to go to a Renaissance Fair with Rachel and with our friend group here in Georgia, so it's one of the things we still want to try to get around to doing. One of those things we still really want to get around to doing, so that they can try to experience some of that for themselves. But when I was living in Texas, we were going to Renaissance fairs like all the time. We would go to the Texas Renaissance Fair, like the main big one. We would go to Scarborough Fair out in Waxahachie, Texas. Yeah. Loved going to the Ren fairs. Everything okay? Oh. Rachel checking on cats. Good memories, absolutely. Good memories, good times. Haven't been to the fair or in this area in years because reasons. Those damn reasons. I don't know, life just kind of gets to be that way sometimes. Sometimes your priorities are elsewhere. You've got to focus on other stuff. Like, I would love to be doing Renaissance fairs and anime conventions and stuff the way we used to, but it's a lot more expensive these days compared to how it used to be. And we've got a lot less money for just like playing around and doing that kind of stuff in general. And health. Health is the other big one. We're trying to get ourselves healthy enough to where we would feel okay being outside, walking around, doing that much. Like, walking for hours and hours. Although we still go and do stuff. We've gone out to, like, the state fair and had a good time doing things like that. And we went to a concert. Went to go see Camelot together a couple years ago, and we're definitely going to be doing that more, trying to get to some more concerts whenever we can manage it. This is stupid, but I'm drinking and want to share. You're good. Brother-in-law and you were trying to infuse grain Everclear for limoncello. Thought that while we waited, we could that night do an infused candy shot. We chose Nerds. Took a shot glass and put 1/3 Nerds and filled up the rest with Everclear. We thought we would take the shot and chew the Nerds before we swallowed. We counted down and took the shot. As we looked at each other, we saw the Nerds stuck in the bottom of the shot glass. It was just a huge shot of Everclear. Yeah. Yeah. Gotta learn from these kind of moments. Been a bartender for 25 years? Oh, hell yeah. Never learned more than that night. I've definitely had my fair share of, like, really rough drinks. Friends making moonshine. And thinking I could just take a giant swig of it like it's normal alcohol. Although there's a lot of stuff I don't think I would ever really drink again. There was a short period of time where my friend group, whenever we got together for like house parties and drinks and stuff, they always wanted to do Jaeger bombs. I would be perfectly happy never, ever, ever having a Jaeger bomb again in my life. The Final Fantasy has been so calming. Dude, I love these streams. Even if I'm just like today, just sitting and reminiscing over random stuff. Chatting with you guys while I fish. As said, I started playing Final Fantasy XI, you know, recently, getting into it again. Just because I needed a good comfort game, and this game is always just really comforting to me. So the fact that I can just kind of do this and have like super chill streams to just hang out and chat with people talk with some friends, do some fishing, feel like I'm being productive, making the numbers go up in the game. It's been nice. It's genuinely been helping me out a lot. Had some days where I was feeling really rough mentally. And, yeah, being able to just stream this and share it with you guys and take my mind off of things, kind of remember some better times. Been very, very good. Very good for me. Although now we're getting close to 1 a.m. and I'm thinking about dinner. Anything you're in the mood for? Frozen pizza it is. You're not getting up again? That's fair. Frozen pizza slaps. I mean, it's good on days like this where I don't really want to cook anything. I still need to clean up the kitchen from where I made fried rice and chicken stock and stuff yesterday. Try and get up tomorrow if I can and grab some stuff for the pizza oven. That sounds like a plan. We'll see if we can get that set up this weekend. Pizza oven? Yeah. Rachel's parents gave us an outdoor pizza oven. For Christmas a few years ago, and it's just been sitting in a box in our garage. Like we haven't touched it yet. So weather should be nice. Yeah, because I used to work in a local pizza place in Austin where we made everything fresh from scratch. So I've got a lot of experience and know-how in making pizza. And yeah, Rachel's mom got us a pizza oven so that I could make us fresh pizzas. And we still owe them pizza. She was like, we'll let you get used to using it and make the first few, but once you have it down, let us know. Didn't know Nub's real name? Yeah, Rachel over here doxing me. Jesus fucking Christ. My own wife. It's fine. My people, I've shared my first name before. It's been a long time since I have, so there's a lot of people watching now who are part of the audience who didn't know that. But it's okay. I know. My stage name. My stripper name. Mr. the 13th. I mean, it works out. As a horror fan, I kind of have an appropriate name. And I've actually dressed as, yeah, I was gonna say I've got 2 of the Jason Voorhees masks and the green mechanics shirt from part 3, and it's got a little name tag on it, like stitched on name tag that says Voorhees. I should have pictures of that somewhere too. I know, that was from like not even that long ago. I think I originally got all the costume stuff together for Halloween. And then I wore it and took some pictures for Friday the 13th, one of these last years. Oh, Shadow showed up in game. Sorry, I'm digging through photo archives. Yeah, got a lot of pictures just sort of scattered around. Mostly cats. 90% of my photos taken are pictures of cats. None of those. None of those. None of those. I don't know where they are. We'll perform a lively jig for you. Nice. Got your gear upgraded, got some spells. No. Oh, is it? I mean, if it's already on my social media, then feel free to share it. I am going to go start the oven so that we can get a pizza going. And then, Shadow, if you want to start heading towards the dunes, We'll see if anybody else wants to join by that point. But I'm going to take a short break and be back in a minute.
All right. Back from break. I missed Oleander signing off, but Oleander, hope you have a good night. I can't type. Who's ready for the dunes? And Shadow, you're talking in say right now, which is just like, I can see what you're saying, but so can anybody else around you. If you target yourself, F1 and then enter, and then go to chat and go to link shell. So you can talk in the link shell that way. Now that I cleaned up space. Make sure to grab Signet. Very nice. Also, Shadow, while we're waiting on Yami to get over here, Strumguard, you can just like spam protect over and over, and that will help you level up your enhancing magic skill. So like if you open up your menu and go to status and then go down to where it says magic skills, you can see what all your magic skill levels are at. And as long as the numbers are white, that means you can still level up that skill. Like right now, my divine skill is only level 4 because I almost never use banish and stuff like that on White Mage. And my enfeebling skill is only 31, so that's not capped out at this level either. But like my healing skill is blue 70 at level 72, and enhancing is blue at level 66. So that means that it's capped for your current level. So you can, I will literally just spend time spamming any buff spells that I have just to level up enhancing magic when I'm just kind of killing time and waiting on stuff. And yeah, you can spam cure to level up your healing magic. We're right next to the Windurst Woods Gate. But hopefully we should be able to get to the dunes okay. It's a Friday night, so there's a lot of people playing. I guess Saturday morning now, whatever. It's a weekend. So we should be able to fill out a party, no problem. And even if we don't, there's stuff that we can kill with just the three of us out there. You can fight bunnies and bats. Bunnies? Yeah. Sometimes we just gotta kill bunnies. It's the only thing we can level up on. Anything else I should pick up or set? Mainly just Signet and maybe have some food. I might have food I can share. Yeah, I've got some food I can share. Shadow, you'll want to save those for when we actually get out there. But I've got more. I've got more if you need them. Got like one thing of jerky. Should I wait on using Chariot Ring? Yeah, anytime you're like heading out to group up and party, don't use your ring and your food and stuff like that until we're like right about to start. Because like your food is on a timer. Your pie, you used melon pie. So like those last for 30 minutes. It'll probably take us longer than 30 minutes just to get there. So by the time you get there, it'll be like worn out. And then, yeah. It's okay. You're learning. It's okay. But it's good to know. I'm just going to stop at Auction House, and I need to sell fish, and I'll buy some food that all of us can use. There we go. Let's get some food. Let's get some meat kebabs for Yami. And some pies. For Shadow. And then I've got roast fish for me. And pie in case I play mage. So we should be good. You can get more conquest items. Try to save your conquest points. Save them for now. Because once we start going through the main missions, as you rank up, it'll unlock more and more things that you're able to get with the points. And the later conquest items are really good. There's some really good pieces of gear and stuff. And they cost a lot of points. So for now, just save them up. Just keep saving them up. Yami, I'm gonna give you some food. Some kebabs. There you go. And Shadow. Got you some more pies. There you go. All right. Let's head out. Person Suit, thank you so much for the raid. Good to see you, dude. Hope you're doing well. Hope you had a good stream. What were you up to tonight, sir? And welcome everybody. I'm Nub Zombie. Most people know me for horror and Silent Hill, but lately Final Fantasy XI has been my comfort game. This has been my favorite MMO that I've been playing since like 2003, 2004. I actually went back and found my account info, my old account info the other night. I've been playing since October of 2003. Was good, making your way through RE9. Hell yeah, are you enjoying Requiem so far? Oh, and apparently
We lost Yami. Is this the only Final Fantasy MMO? No, this is the first Final Fantasy MMO. This is Final Fantasy 11. There's also Final Fantasy 14. Which is kind of the more... I was going to say more modern MMO, but it's a pretty old MMO now too. But this was the first Final Fantasy Online MMO game. And it's still going. There's retail servers that are still going, still getting updates, still adding content. And currently we're playing on a private server called Horizon. That is the level 75 cap era of this game. So it's like, kind of like WoW Classic is old school World of Warcraft. This is like Final Fantasy 11 Classic. It's like 2005 era FF11. How do we keep losing Yami? All you have to do is follow the damn train, CJ. Throw things at you. Keep trying to do mod stuff. You can target me and just type /follow. Like that. And literally just, I will run us where we need to be. If you don't want to worry about running along manually. There you go. Tried that before and said it was invalid. You may have mistargeted something, or you might have been locked on accidentally. There's a lot of things that can cause that. I don't think it's the game's fault. I think it's a skill issue. No, the game is fairly unintuitive. There are definitely times where stuff's a little weird. You just kind of have to get used to how things work. Oh. Don't worry, I'll save you. Hey, what's up, Hirimi? Welcome back. We're actually heading to Dunes right now. We've still got to run all the way there and ride the boat and all that stuff, but if you feel like logging in a bit to level with us, we're gonna be there. There's gonna be pickles. If I get them. Yeah, Rachel got the shout out. Thank you again, Person Suit, for the raid. Yeah, glad you've been enjoying Requiem. I loved that game. I'm kind of giving it some breathing room before I go back to it for like the insane difficulty replay. But very, very good game. Hey, what's up? I almost mixed around the syllables of your name. I was about to call you Smell Hasher. Thank you, Hell Smasher. Hope you're having a good evening as well. I don't know why I've been struggling with words lately. Smell what the hasher's cooking. You're finally out of jungle hell? In this game? Have you been leveling in Yoder and Yatunga? Yep. Finished Liu Shang's. Very nice. Very nice. Congratulations. That's a hell of a milestone. One of the things I, in all of my years, have never done in this game. People bought my Rusty stuff. I mean, there is things you can do with Rusty equipment that you catch while fishing. It can be used for some quests. It's used for some crafting stuff. So, people will still buy it. Shadow. Do you have any rusty spoons? Is the fetish stuff used for anything? The Quadov fetish? Those are for Bastok missions. So, unless you plan on betraying our beloved Windurst, there's not a lot you can really do with them. Oh, Yami and Shadow Do both of you already have the teleport crystal for this area? From the big crag? Okay. We'll stop off and get that for you guys. I mean, it's not like a huge detour or anything, so it's better to go up there and check anyway. Even if you do have it. But, yeah, we want to make sure and grab these. Grab these for you as we go. Goblin helm for anything? Crafting. Used for crafting. Otherwise, you can just sell it. I think you can break it down for smithing. Yeah, you can desynth it. But you're good to just sell it. Ooh, a silver beast coin. Fancy. Taito, yeah, go right ahead. Feel free to link it. Is it unique? Is it different on Horizon than it is on retail? Cackle King. Cackle King, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, everybody. The Cackle crew coming through. Welcome, welcome. Let me drop you a follow. What are we up to in Horizon 11 tonight? So, welcome everybody. I guess I gotta go through the introduction. I'm NubZombie. I've mostly established myself on Twitch for the last 15 years as a horror and Silent Hill streamer. But I am a big Final Fantasy fan as well. And I've been playing Final Fantasy XI on retail since 2003. And I started playing on private servers after about 2020 or so. Started off on Nasomi, and then switched over to Horizon when Horizon launched. But it has not really been a game that I stream until the past couple of weeks. It's usually my off-stream comfort game. Touch the crystal. So I started streaming this as just kind of I need a break from my usual stuff that I play, and wanted to share one of my comfort games with my audience. And a lot of people wound up getting really interested and joining Horizon, and we've got a lot of first-time Final Fantasy XI players here now who have been joining our little community. So I'm helping a lot of friends get through the early game Final Fantasy XI life. So we're on our way to... I'm escorting them over to the Valkurm Dunes, so we can get them leveled up. Try and get them their sub jobs, hopefully, tonight. If we can get everybody to 20, we might make the Juno run for Chocobo license. We're being attacked by angry Yagudos. But yeah, mostly been helping friends kind of get acclimated and introduced to the game. And helping people get started, get into Final Fantasy XI. I was doing some BCNM runs earlier. I was doing Wings of Fury on Beastmaster. No Astrals, though. But we did get a Thunder Pact scroll, so I at least got a little bit of gil out of it. What's an underrated, not-so-popular horror game that you would recommend as someone that doesn't dabble with the genre as much? Ooh, there's a lot. There's a lot that I could suggest. Rusty Lake. The Rusty Lake games. My wife's a big fan of them, and I very much like them as well. They're really just kind of puzzle games, but they've got really interesting art style, really immersive puzzles, really good vibe, really good music. If you're looking for more of like a traditional sort of survival horror type game, I would say Kuon. Of course, that one is pretty expensive if you're trying to get like a physical copy of it, but I mean, emulation exists. As long as you've got a PS2 emulator and you know where to look, I would definitely recommend playing Kuon. Kuon's really, really good. A personal favorite of mine, that's on Steam and everything like that, it's usually very cheap when you find it too, is White Knight. Night as in N-I-G-H-T, like nighttime. White Knight is very, very good. Really unique black and white art style. And you have to manage your light sources to solve puzzles and avoid ghosts and things like that. And you have like a limited number of matches as you explore a mansion and the story unfolds. So definitely some good stuff out there. Some lesser known, not so popular things that are really good. Worth checking out. The ferry is leaving Selbina. We just got to Baburamu. But it's fine. The ferry just goes in shifts. We might have to wait a little bit depending on our timing when we get there, but we'll be fine. Let me get one of my crab friends to help with fighting things. Oh, and I switched equipment, so be careful. You're running off on your own now. Sorry. I forgot about that. I had to swap equipment to summon my crab. And that makes follow stop working. I didn't mean to do that. I used to do that on purpose to Hirimi back in the day. Just to make him run off into dangerous situations. Did you check the link or have you seen it before? I used to have a friend's account after they quit, and they had the Liu Shang, so I've seen the testimonial. I just wasn't sure if Horizon did something unique and, like, changed the description. But yes, it is a funny description. Your Walk is underrated? Yeah, Your Walk is good. Night Cry, not so much. Yami's being a troll. Devotion's a great game. Devotion is pretty good. Devotion and Detention. I'm just gonna kill all these goblins along the way, just to be safe. These plants look like spiders. Just wait till we get to the spiders that look like plants. This game's got it all. Sorry, I'm also eating pizza while we play. Can't even fish while I'm here? Just depends on your fishing skill level and what bait you've got. I knew Yami was going to get stuck on the fence. There we go. Just too large. Just Galka problems. Forgot about the fishing boots. Hey, that +1 skill sometimes makes a difference. Like, legitimately. This town is full of monsters. How could you just sit there and eat pizza? It's good. 'Cause it's good. Alright, talk to Felissa. And pay to board the ferry. Felissa's a baddie. Oops. Trying to look respectfully. Would say Faith Divine Trilogy, but I think that's kind of known-ish. I mean, it's gotten a lot more popular now, but they did say, you know, for someone who doesn't dabble too much in horror. And I feel like Faith is one of those not necessarily like entry-level series. A lot of people kind of new to it usually don't start with Faith or know about it. I mean, a lot of people will know about it because a lot of big YouTubers play it. Point and click horror is great. Like, yeah. Yeah, Year Walk, Horns of Fear, yeah, all of Rusty Lake and everything else is kind of in that vein. But like, those are some of my favorite types of horror games when, especially back in the day. Stuff like Seventh Guest. But stuff like Seventh Guest and Harvester and I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream. I Have Mouth and Ice Cream. Look at him go. Look at him scatter. Turning on my TV monitor crashed my game? What? That's weird. Mortuary Assistant? Yeah, Mortuary Assistant's pretty good. Ooh, I caught a ring. Who wants... Well, this would be better for Yami. Because it gives HP and takes away MP. You don't want to take away MP from Red Mage. But Yami, I got you a ring. I fished up gear for you. There you go. Plus 1 HP. Now your Galka HP pool can be even bigger. Here, I'll give it to you. Not very cute, is it? Here, Yami, you take it. Any UAC Windows prompt will crash Horizon. Oh damn, I didn't know that, Taito. I didn't realize Horizon was that sensitive. I caught a rusty cap. It's level 35. Oh yeah, Yami and Shadow. This is your first time riding on the boat, right? So, while we're on the boat, just to be safe, we're gonna stay below deck. Just as Hirimi says. Never go topside. I could probably clear topside, but explore and fight everything. I know. Yes, exactly. I mean, you live your life the way you want to. Whether you step off the boat onto Selbina, or they dump your corpse out onto the beach, and I can just switch to White Mage and raise you, I can... Either way, we get there. Either way, we get there. So, you do you. If you do die, just make sure you don't click go to home point. Don't return to home point. Because, yeah, I can just raise you back to life once we get there. Might be screwed for tonight? Oh, apparently you figured it out. Keep in mind, if you crash the game, remember your character stays logged in for a little bit until the server updates. So you have to wait a few minutes for your character to get completely kicked off the server before it lets you log back in. So if you were trying to log back in and it was giving you like an error message type of thing, that's all it was. The game crashed, your character was technically still in game, and everything just needed a few minutes to officially recognize that you're disconnected and not coming back before it removes you. Yay, time to ride the boat. If you feel super brave, you can go bother the captain and ask if you're there yet. Mm-hmm. Yep. I wonder if we'll get pirates. We've managed to successfully get a bunch of new players to the dunes so far without encountering pirates. Eventually, that lucky streak is going to end. Where is he? Once the boat leaves, we'll be able to go through these doors right here. And then we just go all the way upstairs. Also, the boat leaving has a visual glitch. So, when the boat takes off, and all the rest of us are just floating out above the ocean, don't worry. It'll be fine. How are people doing these world shouts? Or do all shouts do this? It's called a yell. So a /shout will do things where it's a message where everybody in your current zone can see it. A /yell is like worldwide. Mr. Worldwide. Yeah, by default it's yellow in 14. I'm going to cast Sneak on you guys, so if you do want to go upstairs, that'll prevent enemies from aggroing you. You can explore the boat. Sneaky snake. Don't fish, you'll just break your rod. I don't know if either of them have started fishing. Rodless behavior. How the hell did that sheep get on the boat? Beastmaster. Same way my crab got on the boat. Let's see. I don't even know if there's anything I can catch. Is there any fishing I can do here? Dude, every time the music stops on the boat, I'm always worried. I feel like it's going to be pirates. If you see another ship start pulling up to us in the distance and scary music starts to play, definitely just hide downstairs. Or up by the captain. Let's see. Should be able to catch sardines and coos and nebimonites. I don't have crayfish balls. I don't have shrimp lures. I don't have peeled lobsters. I think I have lugworms and sabiki. Yeah, I've got some lugworms. Goose. You fish from the stairs. Also, hey, Burakauto. Doing well. Hope you're good. Not taking the chance of being the one to die. As said, I can raise anybody if you do wind up dying. Once we get to Selbina, anyway. I need to finish getting Beastmaster up to 50 so I can at least raise people with White Mage on my sub job. Here, Amy's gotta go and stir his beans. Forgot turning off my TV would crash the game. The fuck are you doing where you're constantly like turning on and off your monitor or your TV? You like shut everything down every time you step away for 5 minutes to stir your beans? What kind of life is that? Rachel said that sounds dirty. Stirring beans is a euphemism. Goose. And there's the sea horror. The Kraken. It's not really a kraken. There is a kraken in this game. It's much scarier than the sea horror. But there's also the Kraken Club, which is one of the most fun melee weapons in Final Fantasy XI. The Kraken Club is a club that every time you swing it, it has a chance to hit up to 8 times. Hey, what's up, Mizzy? So you've been playing Final Fantasy. How have you been enjoying it? Oh, I've been playing Final Fantasy XI since 2003. I absolutely adore Final Fantasy XI. I've played a lot of MMOs over the years, but this is the only one that I consistently come back to. This is a source of great comfort. This is one of my ultimate comfort games. I just basically never stream it because I cultivated an audience of horror and Silent Hill streaming. So once I kind of established myself as horror Silent Hill man on Twitch, it's basically all I focused on. So it's rare that I play other stuff that I like on stream, but I was kind of going through it, kind of in a bit of a depression funk, and needed to play some comfort games. That's just your brain. Everything's dirty to you. Don't blame me.
No, are you sad?
Let Hirimi mash his beans in peace. All right, we're here. Talk to Caddis and leave the docks. But yeah, I've just been needing to play some comfort games lately, so I've been playing Final Fantasy XI again, and I decided, screw it, I'm gonna stream it, and whether people like it or not, and surprisingly, people have been liking it. But yeah, I love this game, and I've been having a lot of fun having people in our community get interested and join in the Final Fantasy XI Horizon server and start getting into the game. Hirimi, I sent you a party invite. So we got Hirimi on Red Mage, we got Shadow on Red Mage, we've got Yami on Warrior, There's no pet emote in this game. You can do comfort / comfort. And it's like kind of a pet animation. EVT comfort. Okay, what job am I playing? We could just be 2 warriors and 2 red mages. I could be samurai, I could be dragoon, I could be thief, I could be black mage. Could be ninja. I've been having fun leveling ninja and samurai. I think I'm gonna go samurai. I think we'll go samurai. And then we'll see what other jobs we can get to join us here. Go samurai warrior so that I can help with provoking if things get sketchy. See, what do I need? Uchikatana. Body and hands. Legionnaires is fine. And we're gonna be level syncing to about level 14. I need to make sure I've got some level 14 gear on. Take out the food. Put away my Beastmaster stuff. Put away my Bard stuff. Cotton headband. Power gi. Strength rings. HP earrings. That should be good. Over here so I can have my provoke on macro. Got a level 16 ninja right here. Let me see if this guy wants to join. Who is this tall, long-necked woman? Jesus, you can't just talk about people like that. You can't just talk about somebody's appearance like that. Come on. It's rude. How many people are out in Valkyrm? Only 17 people. Shadow and Hirimi. Do you think you two would be able to handle all of the curing? All of the healing? Or should I try to find us a white mage? Because there is a level 16 white mage looking for party in Juneau right now. And I could see if they're interested. I mean, we're kind of slim pickings on invites right now, more than I thought we would be anyway. So I'm going to go ahead and see if they want to. Can I refresh Signet here? No. You can only refresh Signet here if Windurst owns the outpost. And Windurst is currently not owning anything. It's a Galka White Mage too. I love that. Let me see if they'll join. Hey. We got us a White Mage. So you guys will still need to help with healing a little bit. But White Mage should have things covered. If this ninja right here would join us, Saiku, he's got his party flag up. He's probably just AFK. Might have fallen asleep. If this guy will come back and join, we'll be all set. I want to see if this monk is going to join us. They're level 15. They also need their sub job. And they're also a Galka. We're just going to make a Galka party. Oops. Rawberry joined and then immediately dipped. Did they change their mind? Maybe their game crashed? Because I don't see them online now. Maybe they turned off their TV. Sometimes these things happen. I'm not getting a response from the monk. Kind of looking like we might be on our own. I mean, we can just go level with the four of us. We've definitely got enough between the four of us with Kirimi and Shadow, as long as you both can keep up with healing. And Yami can keep up with tanking. And then I'll do whatever damage I can do. We can at least go take lizards. Is that the white mage? It was a Galka white mage. They were in Juno. Named Rawberry. But it looks like they logged off. Okay, well, you want to see how well we can do with just us? And then if we find more people available, we'll just add them and we can move to a different camp with harder things. Cool. Let's just go ahead and go kill some lizards. You should be able to, though I don't have a taunt. You should have Provoke as warrior. You should have the job ability Provoke. As long as you're using Provoke whenever you can, you should be able to maintain hate on the enemies. So if you hit Control J, that'll bring up your job ability list, and you should see Provoke there. If you want to make it a macro, so that you just have to hit a 2-button combination to do it, open up your menu and go over to Macros, and then hit Edit Macro, and then just pick any of the books that you want to edit. And then this is the macro for it. Just like that. /JA, quotation, provoke. Make sure provoke is spelled exact. End quotations, and then greater than T less than. Or less than, greater than, whatever. In between the little pointy brackets. So you can basically edit your macros and just type that in. Like here's my provoke macro on Alt 1. Because if you start to die, if you're like one hit away from death, I can also use provoke to hopefully pull attention over to me while Hirimi and Shadow heal you. Yeah, Shadow, as Red Mage, you're only going to have Chain Spell for now. That's your 2-hour ability, so don't just pop it whenever you feel like it. Once you use it, it's very good. It basically removes all of the recast time and cooldown timers for your spells. So you know how when you cast Cure, you've got to wait for the animation to finish, and then you have to wait a little bit before you can cast it again? If you use Chain Spell, you can just immediately cast like Cure, 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 Cure. It'll burn through all your MP very quickly, but it's good in an emergency when you need to just like really quickly fire off a bunch of spells. Good to know. It's good to know like what it does, because if we get into a situation where bad stuff starts to happen, then it can potentially save us. But yes, once you use it, it will take 2 hours of real life time. Actual, real world 2 hours before you can use it again. But whenever you guys are ready to go, let me know. Oh. Shadow's ready. Hirimi's ready. Yami might be figuring out macros. /EM works in this game too. Yeah, same on 14. But you can do /EM and then type whatever. /Jaw Mighty Strike T, is that how I would do my other abilities? So instead of T, you're gonna do this. You're gonna do me. Without any spaces. So that will use Mighty Strikes on yourself, which gives you the ability of Mighty Strikes. Again, that's your 2-hour ability, so don't just pop it. Save it for emergencies, because that will make all of your hits critical hits. Our Galca White Mage is still nowhere to be found, so I think they changed their mind. They just crashed and then decided, fuck it, I'm not going to play tonight or something. Somehow locked onto targeting? Press H. Yeah, H, when you're not targeting anything, is the rest button. When you are targeting something, it's your lock on. We didn't need them anyways. I mean, we should be okay to fight some stuff with just us four. I said, I think we can at least handle lizards. The only thing we need to get used to with lizards is avoiding petrify. And that's going to mainly be for Yami to learn. If you see it doing baleful gaze, look away. I'll kind of explain an easy way to do that. Because normally when you're auto-attacking something, it automatically locks you on, right? So just like this, you'll be locked on to the enemy. Yami, what you're going to want to do is once you're in position where you're hitting the enemy, instead of staying locked on, you're going to press H so that you're not locked on anymore. And then just don't move your character. So you'll be attacking, but you won't be locked on. Then you just need to pay attention to the text in chat, in the combat chat as it goes. Whenever you see the lizard start to use a move called Baleful Gaze, just press S so that you start moving away from it. It'll turn you away to so you're not facing it, and you'll avoid Baleful Gaze, which will petrify you if it hits. And if you're petrified, you just stand there and can't do anything. It'll be bad, because then you're not dealing damage, and you can't use provoke, and you can't maintain hate. So the lizard will start eating the rest of us. But I'm sure it'll be fine. I'm sure you won't get petrified even a single time. You're going to perfectly dodge it every single time. All right. Y'all ready to move to Lizard Camp? Do another quick search of the area, see if anybody's looking for party, but I don't see anyone. So it's just us. It'll be alright. And even if we mess something up, even if somebody dies, I can switch to White Mage and raise. So it's not even a big deal. Just a learning experience. Getting used to combat with a group. Main thing for Shadow and Hirimi to practice is casting Cure. Because Yami is going to be our main tank, you're mostly just going to be curing Yami. Just make sure you're casting cures on Stromgarde. And you don't want to just, like, spam cure, 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 cure. Every time you cast cure, it'll make the enemy hate you a little bit more. And if you get more hate than Yami has, then the lizard's going to go for you instead. So, kind of space it out a little bit. Do a cure. Wait a second. If his HP drops into the yellow, throw another cure. If I have to provoke it and you see it attacking me, I'm a little bit squishier. Actually, not too much squishier. I'm at 262. Yami's at 265. Of course, we're going to need to... Oh, be very careful not to wander too far over that way. We don't want to aggro that goblin. We want to make sure to stay, like, right up here. Right here in this little spot. We do not want to deal with that goblin. Alright, make sure you're not auto-following. This is the part of the game where you want to pay attention. I'm going to level sync all of us onto Yami, since Yami's level 14. So that's going to put us all at level 14.
What?
PK Blood Angel. Thank you so much for the Prime sub. Shadow and Hirimi, cast Protect on everybody. Make sure everybody eats your food. Now is the time to eat food. And buff everybody up. Yami, make sure to eat your kebabs. Shadow, eat the pie. Hirimi, do you have food? I've got some extra... You've got ginger cookies? Okay. Shadow, just make sure to rest up. We're going to start off kind of slow. We're just going to try and grab like one lizard. And see how we do. Rest up in between kills. And then if you're, if we're doing well enough, we'll get to a point where we can see how many we can do in between needing to stop and rest. Do I have... I should have some pebbles. I do. So I can throw things to grab lizards. Oh, no, I can't. Samurai can't throw pebbles. It's dishonorable, apparently. Hirimi, would you like to try pulling? So, Stromgarde, Shadow, we're going to stay, like, right where we are. We're not moving from this spot. This is camp. Okay? Hirimi, if you can... What should I cast for that? Dia. And lizards do link. So, like, try to grab that one over there to the right that's by itself. Don't grab them when they're close to each other. And Yami, as soon as the lizard comes back, be ready to provoke it. Here we go. Cure on Yami. Need more cures on Yami. He's almost dead. I'm taking the hate. Get ready to cure me. Need cures on me. Very nice provoke. I'm dead. Definitely need to be a little bit more on the ball for cures. But it's going to take some getting used to. I need to home point so I can come back quickly. It's all right. This is the Dunes learning experience. It's rough. It's rough when you're learning. Valkerm is Zulkheim. Any Dunes party can be rough without Cure 2. It can be. Oh, Yami also died. Alright, let me switch to White Mage so I can bring, I can get Yami up. Did you level down? Yami leveled down? Oh, Lord. That means we're all going to be synced to 13. It's going to be a little bit rough. Raise doesn't help with XP loss? It does. It does. You recover some of the lost XP back when you get raised. Red Mage gets Cure 2 at 14. I don't have it. I mean, you don't just automatically learn shit as you level. You gotta get the scrolls. You gotta buy scrolls for every single spell. This game does not give you anything for free. So every time you level, whenever you get a chance, don't know where to get them? Scrolls under Auction House. Anytime you get a chance, gotta check your auction house. Let me check the White Mage vendor right here. Nah, you don't have to get them from NPCs. This right here, NPC sells some stuff. Yeah, Red Mage level 14. They sell Cure 2. I'm gonna get it for you. So, I got Cure 2 for both of you. But we're gonna be level synced to 13 until Yami levels back up. So until Yami hits 14 again, you won't be able to use it. Yeah. Periodically, just as mage jobs, you're going to want to make sure anytime you level, check the auction house and see if there are new scrolls available for you to use. And as red mages, you got to make sure and check white magic and black magic. So once I raise Yami, we're going to have to wait for weakness to wear off. It's only going to take like 5 minutes. But we'll try to work on our strategy a little bit. I can tell you how to set up a cure macro, if that makes curing easier for both of you. That way you don't have to worry about navigating so many menus and targeting and all of that stuff. Because other than that, should be okay. Each pick one of you to focus on healing. The two of you are going to need to try to heal in conjunction. Predominantly, you're just going to want to focus on Yami. The only time I should be provoking the monster away from Yami is like if Yami's about to die. So as long as you're keeping Yami alive, I should never really have to do that. The only other tip I can suggest after that last fight is when we first started fighting it, Yami, go ahead and accept the raise. Get up, buddy. Bring the legend back to life. Yami, please. There he is. There's my Galka. Paralyze is most likely not going to stick, Taito. Is magic /M? It's MA, like magic ability. So here's the thing. You can just type in a player name as your target for part of a macro. So since it's just us right now, you can use /MA cure Stromgard typed out like this. And that will make you a macro button that you can just press and it will instantly heal Yami. And then likewise, you can do the same thing like this. And it will just target me automatically and cure me. And then I'll give you cure 2 here. So, whoops. /MA cure 2 Stromgard, like that for cure 2. You're going to want to be very careful about cure 2 though, because cure 2 is almost guaranteed going to pull hate away from the tank, so the lizard will start smacking you around most likely. But let me give you guys cure 2 scrolls so you can have that ready for once we get back up to 14. Go ahead and accept the trade, Hirimi. There's your cure 2. And Shadow, accept the trade. There you go. Make sure to use your scroll and learn your spell. Also, you can hit Control M to bring up your magic list, and then hit the plus key on your number pad and select auto to sort your magic list automatically so that it puts all your spells and stuff in a nice, neat order. Says error occurred when I typed in the command. So you're going to want to make sure to type it in as a macro. Like you want to set it up as a macro. So hit your main menu key twice, select macros, select edit macros, pick an unused book, and then hit confirm. And then select what button combination you want to use. Like Control plus the number 1, Control plus the number 2, or Alt plus the number 1. Personally, I find Control 1, like if you want to just put curing Yami on Control and then put curing me on Alt, you can do it that way, whatever's comfortable for you. You can name the macro, like Cure Yami. Did I type this macro wrong? Maybe. What did you type? And what are you trying to accomplish? I typed /MA cure Stromgard. It gives me a command error. I'm pretty sure that should be correct. Let me test it out myself. /MA cure. Oops. Cure. Strom Guard. Oh. Maybe I'm misremembering how that works. I mean, you can also just do... So you can also just do like /MA cure. And like for me, Yami is the third person in my party list. So P3. Wait, why does that show Hirimi? What the heck? Okay, apparently Hirimi is the third person. Oh, because it's based on each person after yourself. So P2. Yeah. Doesn't look like it's fully functional for party positions. No, it is. It is. It's just based on the positions after yourself. Because, like, for yourself, it would be ME. Shadow, you've got the backslash in the wrong spot. Slash first, then MA. Space. Cure. P2. Like that. / MA. Cure. P4, because there is no P4. There's only 4 of us. You yourself are not listed in party number in the macro sense, because you are just ME. So then, like, in my list, if I'm curing myself, the cure would go to target ME. If I need to cure Shadow, it would be P1. If I need to cure Yami, it would be P2. If I need to cure Hirimi, it would be P3. And then that's the extent of our party list. So P4 is not going to work because there's not a fourth party member after yourself. Stromguard still doesn't work. Stop trying to use the name. Just use the party. Just use the party number. Just use the party number variation. P3 still doesn't work. I mean, it literally works for me. So I think you're typing something out incorrectly. This is how it is on my screen. /MA space quotation mark cure end quotation mark. Yeah, no spaces in the target brackets. Make sure you don't have any extra spaces at the start or the end of your text. Yeah, do not capitalize lowercase p. Lowercase p. Yeah, STPC lets you select a target, but these are brand new players. I think trying to target people in the midst of battle is going to slow them down a little bit right now. So I'm trying to make them just be able to hit a quick hotkey to just heal the person that they want to heal without any extra targeting. I'm trying to make it as simple as I can for complete beginners. STPC is very good later on once you get more fast at targeting. But when you're in the midst of a battle and you're trying to I'm trying to target the tank, but I keep tabbing too many times and targeting the lizard and targeting the other person and targeting myself. And I'm trying to hit the F keys to target the person and fat fingering it. It's much easier to just give them a designated button to cure the one person in the party they're trying to cure. I'm trying to make this as simplified as possible. This is finicky. I mean, it's sort of like learning to code. It needs to be very, very specific. Just, again, make sure you're copying it exactly the way I type it. /MA cure and then, like P and a number for the party position. But no spaces. I have to put spaces there, otherwise it will just say the target name. And then if you want to set it up for Cure 2, it's the same thing. Just add Roman numeral 2. What button do I hit to unlock from the mob? Because I tried H and was still locked on. It's definitely just H. Like, while you're fighting, like, as soon as you attack, make sure you're not hitting H immediately. Like, you'll start to attack. You can try it right now even. Target the closest lizard, hit enter, and hit attack. Just like this. You can see. You'll hear the battle music. We're not going to fight it. We're just showing as an example. Hang on. It's going to move a little bit out of range. So take a couple steps towards it, like right here. As soon as you pull your weapon out, now it automatically locks you on. Press H, and then you can move around freely. So, like, attack. Once you hear the music, you're locked on. You can see in the bottom right-hand corner the little lock on my screen. You're using arrow keys? Arrow keys for what? Oh, when, like, trying to move? Yeah, just use your regular WASD. So, as said, you'll just want to hit S and turn away from the lizard whenever it's using Baleful Gaze, so you don't get petrified. It takes some practice. All right, I'm going to go switch back to Samurai. Godlike patience and teaching from Nub. I mean, I understand how difficult all this is, because, like, again, I've gotten a lot of friends to try to play this game, and I've gone through this learning process myself. It's a little complex. So, like, I don't mind taking my time to make sure they kind of learn the fundamentals. Even if we don't get a whole lot of experience right now, if they can learn the fundamentals of, like, making the macros, getting that stuff set up, getting the pacing for curing and focusing on curing a tank, get Yami used to tanking, get everybody kind of used to playing their role in the party. That's the stuff that's going to matter. Like, this game's all about the learning curve. It's just a lot of stuff you got to get used to. And to be fair, like, I've definitely had friends who just could never grasp, like, typing out macros and setting up macros, to the point where eventually they were just like, I'm going to give you my login info. You log into my account. Set up my stuff. And then I can just hit the buttons you tell me to hit. And those are people who I played with all the way to, like, endgame. But again, especially since it's just us, we don't have like a random person with us or anything. We can really just take our time. We can really just take our time and get everybody comfortable with how to play in a party. And kind of how to play their role, play their job. Because I would much rather just take the time getting everybody to learn the fundamentals instead of just, like, grinding XP and not knowing what they're doing. Because that's going to make it so much more difficult if they're trying to figure this stuff out at, like, level 25 in Qufim or level 30 or, you know, whatever down the line. Also, I died. Rest in peace, hardcore character status. Is that your first death, Yami? Shadow, don't forget the slash. Before MA. And don't type out the name. Just use P and the number. I don't think names work on Horizon for some reason. I remember that being a thing in retail. I vividly remember that being a thing in retail, because I had macros set up for my perma party where I just had their names in my macro code. But either I'm forgetting exactly how that works, or it doesn't work the same way on Horizon. Actually, yeah, I can type it out in Twitch chat, and you can just copy it from there, if that's easier. You have it typed in correctly? So, okay. Curing me. But yeah, if you look at my screen on stream, you will always be on the top position of the party list. So anything below that is where it's going to start using that. So like on my list, Shadow is the next person in the list. So for me, you would be P1. Yami's the next one, so Yami would be P2. Hirimi's the next one, so Hirimi would be P3. But you have to go off of what the list is on your side, because it's going to be in a different order for you. So, were you able to get your macros working, Shadow and Hirimi? You got yours sorted? Shadow, you got yours sorted? Just to heal. I mean, that's all we need. And it'll work no matter what party you're in. You just need to pay attention to who's in which position. You may need to change your macro, but in general, it should work. Yami, are you all set? Everybody ready? Don't buff yet, because we're going to have to level sync, which removes all of our buffs. Wait until after we level sync to use food and buff and all that. Just give me an okay when you're all ready. Okay. We are level synced. Go ahead and cast Protect on everyone. Make sure to eat your food. We'll try again. Make sure to heal your MP up to full before we grab something. Yeah, the provoke was perfect from Yami. Hirimi, like pulling with Dia, was perfect. Your max casting range, by the way, Hirimi, you know how when you target something, you can see the numbers up in the top right? Your max casting range is 20. So if you want to make sure that you're pulling from max range, that'll give the lizard less chances to hit you before it comes over to you and Yami gets a chance to provoke. Because ideally, you don't want it to hit you at all. You want it to just chase you until Yami gets to you. You don't have ranges turned on? Forgot to do that? It's one of the extensions. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. But, let me see. This lizard right here. Of course, now it starts moving. Like, right here. Right where I'm at. Is 20 yalms away. Good pull, good provoke. Get ready to start curing. Start curing. Good provoke, good provoke. Keep the hate on you. Very nice. We're doing it. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. All right, so now you can see where our stats are, like how much HP and MP we've got left after one fight. We're still pretty good. Both of your MP is only reduced by about 50%. So, ideally, we should be able to do like 2 lizards and then rest. 2 lizards and then rest. Because the more things that we're able to kill quickly, we get extra experience points for what's called experience chains. So as long as we can kill things quickly enough, we'll get a little bit of a bonus to our experience points. But go ahead and rest up to full. That was just the practice run. Everyone's macros work. Everyone knows what they're doing. Now we're just grinding it out. Little target arrow turns blue when you're in range. Does it really? I don't think I ever noticed that, the color change. All right. We're healed up. Get ready for a lizard. Hirimi, go ahead and pull. Good provoke. I pissed it off because I hit it with the weapon skill. So get ready to cure me. Oh, that one died quick. But hey, level 14. That means we're all back up to level 14. So now you've got access to Cure 2. As well as any level 14 gear you might have. I can put my Sardonyx rings back on. Try to save Cure 2 for, like, emergency. If you see Yami or me go down, like, to around 50% or less. But otherwise, just try to stick to regular Cure 1. Definitely need a better axe, though. I wish I had one I could give you. The closest I've got is level 20. I don't think I have anything that you could use at 14, unfortunately. I have a shield, but that won't do you any good with a two-handed weapon. Yeah. Are you still using the starter axe? Oh no, you've got a butterfly axe. Is that lizard too close to the other? Not anymore. Grab it before it moves. And Shadow, definitely don't be afraid to get in there and smack it with your sword as well. You'll want to level up your weapon skills, get some extra damage on the lizard. Good provoke. Very nice. That one was a little bit rough, so let's just rest. Let's just rest up before the next one. We worked hard for this. We did. But see, this is what I mean, you know? That is how Final Fantasy XI works. It takes a little while. It takes a little bit to get everything set up, to kind of figure out what you're doing, to get macros set up, to understand how to play your job. But it feels so satisfying once you actually get set up and stuff is working. Also, Yami, don't forget about your weapon skill. Yami, don't forget about your weapon skill. So, you can hit Control W to bring up your weapon skill menu. And you should have, I think, Shield Bash or something like that. Shield Break. You might have a couple of weapon skills depending on what your axe skill level is. but you've got 2,800 TP right now. So make sure anytime your TP is over 1,000, go ahead and use your weapon skill. Technically, there is skill chains and stuff like that, but that's a little more complicated. We don't need to worry about it right now. Kirimi, you've also got enough TP that you can be using your sword weapon skill. You're at 2,300. So if once you're over 1,000 TP, make sure you're using it. Make sure you're using your chi hammers. There we go. Shadow's full. Hirimi's full. We're ready for the next one. Yoshio, thank you for the raid. Welcome, welcome. Careful, because these lizards are like mouth to mouth right now. So in a situation like this too, you could probably pull the one over there that's on the left. Just make sure to stay like right along the wall, like kind of hug the wall as you're coming back, so that it doesn't go past the other two. Okay, these two are moving. These two are moving. The ones that were kissing are moving. You can grab the one closest to us. Nice fast blade. Nice shield break. Nice job with the cures. I forgot they can silence. Okay. Good lizard. That one went quick. We still have enough MP. We could probably skill chain or experience chain another one. Go ahead and grab that next one. Oh, you got the rabbit instead. We're doomed. You definitely want to make absolutely sure you're being very careful about what you target. You do not want to miss pull. It's not such a big deal with these, because they're about the same as the lizards, but in other party situations, targeting and pulling the wrong thing can be absolute death. It was right on top of the rabbit. Always double check down in the bottom right of your screen exactly what you're targeting before you cast the spell. But there we go. See, EXP chain 1. We got a little bonus experience points for it, since we killed it very quickly right after the lizard. That could have been a disaster. As said, learning experience right now while the stakes are low. This is where we learn. This is all basic stuff. Just make sure when you're pulling, you want to make absolutely sure what you're targeting before you pull. You want to make absolutely sure the position of all the monsters before you pull, so that stuff doesn't link and that you don't grab the wrong thing. Because yeah, if you did something like that in a place like Crawler's Nest, that could be a complete party wipe. All right, ready for a lizard? Ooh. We did a skill chain. So yeah, Yami and I just did a skill chain. I don't know if you saw that. But after I used my weapon skill, Tachi Hobaku, and then Yami used Shield Break right after, we got extra damage. Skill Chain Impaction. So that was an extra 15 points of damage. So if we really want to start optimizing our damage output, we start lining up our weapon skills so that we're always doing skill chains. And then red mages, you can actually use magic to magic burst after a skill chain. So Impaction, for example, let me pull this up. So Impaction is lightning based. So if you had thunder, which I don't think red mage has thunder yet. Yeah, red mage doesn't get thunder until like level 29. But imagine you had the thunder spell. So you would see me use my weapon skill. You would see Yami use his weapon skill. And then after Impaction, you could cast thunder on the target and it'll do extra damage. It'll say magic burst. It's basically like a critical hit for your magic spell. It's a little more advanced. It's something that'll be a bigger part of leveling later on, but it's good to know how the general idea of how that stuff works early on. Never learned how that works. It's just a matter of timing. But we're ready. Get that lizard. Get that lizard. Get that scum. Make them pay. Oh no, it crushed Yami's brain. Now our warrior can't use any spells. Make sure to stay kind of close to this little spot by the wall. If we get too far out there, the other lizards could wander over and link. Let's go ahead and rest. If we finish the fight and you look over at the MP bars for Shadow and Hirimi, If both of you are like less than 50%, just rest. If you're at about 50% or more, then pull. I said it's a little slow going, but you know, it's just the four of us. We're making it work. Considering we're like 2 people down from a full party, this is not bad at all. And everybody's learning. Everybody's learning how to play. Tachi Hobaku. Okay. Danger zone. Big cures on Yami. Very nice. Oh, I forgot to switch back to my provoke macro. Very nice. Delicious lizard skin. That was a big crit he did. I mean, he hit you with his TP move. That was blockhead. So it had enough TP, and you could see it was like the hill lizard ready's blockhead. That yellow text that scrolls by in chat. I know it goes very fast. That's also what you want to watch out for. If you see it and it says readying baleful gaze, that's when you know to try to turn away from it. As long as you don't lock eyes with it, it won't petrify you. So far, we've gotten lucky. He just had enough TP at the start. Every time we hit it, it gets TP. We hit it like a dozen times before it did blockhead. Pull the lizard back a little bit more. A little bit closer to the wall right here. There you go. Touchy and beat. Nice kill. We can do another one without resting. Oh, the fast blade miss. Fucking embarrassing. Sorry, after like watching the Letterkenny clips and stuff earlier, I just have Letterkenny quotes in my head. Fucking embarrassing. I was already crying before you said it. Don't worry, everyone. You're protected from demons now. All the Valkurm Dunes demons can't get you. You're welcome. Reapplying Protect. It was about to go out. Yep. Perfectly acceptable. Oh, also... Oh, you're level 6 White Mage. I was going to say, level 7 White Mage gets Protectra. If we leveled up your White Mage just a single level, you could cast Protect on the whole party with one cast. Don't worry, we'll get it all caught up. We'll get all the sub-job stuff caught up when we can. Alright, we're healed up. Let's get a Lizzie. Need to get it to at least 15. 15 is a good point, because then your main job is good until level 30, and then at level 30 we can start unlocking advanced jobs if you want to do any of those. Beastmaster, Paladin, Ninja, anything like that. MP's not too bad if you want to get one more. And you guys, like, even after 2, we're finishing that off with, you've got like 43 and 34 MP each. We can maybe just squeeze out a third one if we really wanted to start getting like risky. But I'm fine playing it by ear. If we get through the first one efficiently, we can get to the second one. If the second one's gotten through efficiently, we're probably good for 3. Just kind of have to keep an eye on MP at the end of each kill. Shadow, you should be able to use your weapon skill. Hit Control W. And you should have Fast Blade. Oh, it finally happened. Baleful Gaze. Yami's petrified. It's very fast. It's very fast. It's difficult to turn away from. We gotta wait for Yami to unpetrify now. Don't worry, Yami. Now you've seen what it looks like. You'll never get hit by it again. All you gotta do is lock off and turn away from it. It's not Final Fantasy XIV. It's not gonna hold your hand and show you a big red circle on the ground to tell you that it's coming. You just gotta pay attention. But you see how long that lasts? Like, you see how long that lasts? That's why it's so dangerous. That whole chunk of time, our tank would just be standing there, unable to provoke, not dealing any damage. It takes getting used to. And Shadow, you've got TP. If you're attacking it, you can use your weapon skill. Control and W on the keyboard. And then select Fast Blade. Come on, Shadow. Hit him with the Fast Blade. I believe in you. Yeah. Finished it off with it. Yeah, we're still going, Grove. But have a good night. Hope you get some good sleep. Or a good morning, I suppose. Yeah. Take it easy. Yami sent me a tell that just said /heal. He accidentally targeted you because you were healing him. And he's apparently using a /heal, either typing it in or using a macro to rest instead of just hitting escape so that you're not targeting anything and then pressing H. That's one of the weird things about this game. There's like 8 different ways that you can essentially perform the same action, and the game doesn't really go out of its way to tell you like which one you should be using. So with that attack, where it used Plague Breath, it will poison anybody standing directly in front of the lizard. So like, yeah. Pretty much just like that. As long as you're not standing in front of it, you won't get poisoned. Ideally, only the tank will get poisoned, but, you know. This time I took hate, so I get the poison. Nice experience chain. We can probably do a third. Easy. EXP chain 2. Didn't miss that time, fucker. You made up for the embarrassment from before. 37 damage on Fastblade, too. Christian MMO. You are not allowed to swear in my strictly Christian link shell. I need to be right back very quickly as well. I need to check on my cats. Okay. I'm back. I just have to check on my cats. They anytime they use the litter box, they have problems and sometimes required being wiped. Thankfully he didn't. He was fine. Vinny was just fine without my help. But sometimes they're not. And if they're not, they drag their asses through the house, and then I have to mop and clean up cat shit. And that's not fun. That's why I have to just, like, stop what I'm doing. I also grabbed myself an apple cinnamon fruit and grain cereal bar. Have a cat whose nickname is Skitty for a reason? Yeah. Yeah, we got a couple of Skitties too. What's up, Ahali? Good morning. It's your fat orange cat? Oh yeah, weren't you sharing some pictures in Discord? He's a sweetheart? Yeah, he looks like a sweetheart in the pictures. I miss my fat orange cat. I've got a fat orange cat named Harry Meowson. But when I moved to Georgia, he stayed in Texas with my mom. We ready? I think we're still waiting on Hirimi. Hirimi is back. Now we're ready. Good for another lizard. You guys, we got this down. It was a little bit rough at the start, but everyone's playing really well now. I'm so proud. And I'm about to level up. We can get a third one. Yeah, level 18 samurai. We could probably handle a fourth after that. But yeah, go for it. Okay, we lost the chain. Yeah, to keep the chain going, you gotta go real quick. But that's alright. We know that we can handle 4 now. Yeah, if the first 3 go smoothly enough, and we've still got enough MP, we can start going for the 4th. Just to try to keep the chain going. I said hearling? What the fuck? I thought you said it on purpose. I read it in my head the same way we say Weirndies. Y'all going to Weirndies? Y'all over there hearling? Careful of the other lizard. Bring it back here. Bring it all the way back here. Very nice. That lizard just appeared. That's how spawn-ins work. As we kill stuff, it's gonna respawn. So you gotta be careful. That's one of the easiest ways to get an accidental link. Something will spawn in when you're not expecting it. Stuff to be aware of. Ooh, nice burning blade. The liquefaction skill chain. Fire-based skill chain. So if you were trying to do magic burst, you would use fire on that. Baleful gaze. Yami's petrified. That's okay. The next one, Yami's gonna dodge it for sure. Just rest. Just heal. Since Yami's petrified. He did it again before I could turn around. It is very fast, Yami. It takes a lot of getting used to. Pretty much, like, when I'm tanking these, I don't even wait to see what attack it's doing. As soon as I see it doing the animation, you see it sort of hunch down and start shaking, and it makes the sound like it's about to use a TP ability. I just look away, no matter what it's doing. Because there's nothing... It's not gonna, like, hit you extra hard if you're facing away from it and it does Fireball or Infrasonics or anything like that. It won't make a difference. So I pretty much just watch for it to start using any kind of TP move and then just turn around. Lean Mean Dual Red Mage Machine. Yeah, y'all are doing great. You're managing your MP? You're keeping up with the heals? You're managing how much hate you get from each of your cures? As said, it was a little bit rough at the start, just trying to get everybody situated. The macros for healing, I think, made a big made a big difference. But now that everybody's kind of got the strategy down and knows what they're doing, this is going very smoothly. Y'all are doing great. Explaining the game helps to play the game. Yeah. Reading the card explains the card. Hey, level 16 for Shadow. Congratulations. We're getting levels. We're doing it. The numbers are going up. Damn, the critical hits. Good reaction, Yami. I saw that turnaround. Good reaction. If that was going to be Baleful Gaze, you would have dodged it. A little bit late on the Fireball one, but it was Fireball, so it didn't matter. We can do another. There you go. Bring it back into our camp. Good stuff. And a liquefaction. Well done, well done. We'll go ahead and rest. Everything is respawning, so we can get a good chain going on this next one. So close to 20? What are you at? Oh yeah, you're like 300 away? You're like 3 kills away then. This next chain, you should be able to hit 20. And then it's Chocobo license time. Ginger cookies, because they only last for a very short amount of time, you just want to use a ginger cookie right before resting. The whole thing with cookies is they just give you more MP per tick while resting. So you get your MP back faster when we're all healing and resting in between kills. In between chains. But it's not doing any benefits for you, like, while you're in combat. So you just want to eat a cookie before sitting down. Very nice. Shadow, go ahead and heal Yami while Hirimi pulls. We can do another. God, even with dexterity food, I cannot hit this fucking thing. Keep whiffing. Don't worry. I got Provoke. Gives you a chance to heal Yami. Now it's cookie time. Now it's cookie time, Hirimi. Yes. Less time resting, more time fighting. That one was a little spicy. Completely expended all of the MP from both mages. Yeah, you got to keep an eye on your MP. It's 8 MP for a regular cure, and then, yeah, cure 2 is 24. So, that's why, in terms of efficiency, you want to mostly just kind of use cures, and only use cure 2 in an emergency, because it's a big MP sap. In 14, I can spam it and then use lucid dreaming, but here there is no such thing. Yeah, not really. But there we go. Ready for another chain. That one went quick. More lizards. Nice. And there's level 20. Congratulations. More lizards. Lizard. Hit the lizard button. Lizard. 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 Oh my god, fucking embarrassing. I missed my Tachi MP. Fucking embarrassing. We can do another. Very nice. Chain 3. Also, while we rest, make sure if you have like an experience ring that you can use, make sure to use your experience ring. Forgot to activate that. Sorry, I waited until now to remember that. There was a lot of other stuff going on at the start, and it kind of slipped my mind. Got to go to bed soonish, so not going to worry about it? Okay. That's fine. Save those charges for next time. Anybody else got to call it relatively soon? You do, Yami? Okay. Let's get one more good chain in. And then call it for the night. Or morning. Yeah, that one was a little spicy. Shadow had a little bit of a miscast there. You wound up accidentally casting Cure 2 on yourself for 0. Spent your last 24 MP. Well, not your last, but these things happen. It just takes practice. As said, these are the dunes. This is where stakes are lowest. So it's like, this is where you it's a good chance to figure all that stuff out, to kind of learn. Especially playing with friends. You're not playing with super sweaty randoms. Most of the time, even when I've partied up with random people, they've been very understanding. But sometimes you get people who take it very seriously. They're playing very sweaty. Sometimes you got people who their character is hardcore and they don't want to make any mistakes because they don't want to risk any death, losing their hardcore character. But we're just chilling. We're just playing with friends. I'm just trying to help get you guys more used to the game. More importantly, is it fun? Are you enjoying yourselves playing? I know these moments when you're kind of getting into a groove, for some people they can find it kind of boring, but I'm having a lot of fun with this. Not to mention it makes me very happy seeing everybody like slowly get better and improve. Everybody's popping off their weapon skills, doing skill chains. Baleful Gaze. No, Yami. I even moved. You have to completely turn away. You weren't locked off. When you moved, you just like, you step backwards, but you still keep facing it. Definitely enjoy the game more playing with you folks. Yeah. It's a great game. It's a great game, especially with friends. I said it can be a bit of a struggle sometimes, but it makes the achievements when you do accomplish stuff feel really worthwhile. I said it was like a little bit rough getting the party out here and getting started with the deaths and everything, but it feels a lot more worthwhile once you get the hang of things. Got to take your ass to bed? Okay, let's make the walk back to Selbina then. Let's get everybody back to Selbina safely. On Horizon launch, Dunes had 600 people? Oh, I know. I know, Taito. I was there. This game on launch was crazy in the starter areas. That's true. Skill issue. Me and Yami are the ones who need to work on it. We're the only ones who died. Remember we couldn't hardly kill anything in Saruta? Yeah, they actually wound up having to increase the number of mobs. Because of the amount of people in the starting zones. Some say it's actually snow. You're both wrong. It's actually ash from the coal mine fires that are still burning underneath Valkyrim Dunes to this day. It's a reference to Centralia. Come here, Vinny. Vinny's upset that I'm not in bed. That's probably a good time to call it. I know, buddy. I know. Poor baby. Yeah, I'm not on the proper authorized cat schedule. So from here, you guys can decide what you would like to do. If you just want to log out here, I'll probably be back on tomorrow. And we can just get right back to the grind. And that saves us from having to run all the way back out here from Windurst again. If you want to go back home to Windurst so that you can, like, sell stuff, get new gear from the auction house, that kind of thing, which I do recommend doing that, but it's entirely up to you what you want to do. If you want to go back to Windurst, talk to one of the Nomad Moogles, switch over to a level 1 job, and then just go die to something out in the dunes. Just go punch something and let it kill you. And then you can go back to your home point, which presumably at this point will still be in Windurst. Later today, as in Saturday night, or tomorrow like Sunday? Later today, as in Saturday. Like, I'm going to go to bed and then wake up and then probably get on and stream some more. Don't have enough coin to buy anything decent anyways? I can warp... Since I've got all my warps and stuff, I can just buy some gear for you guys. And bring it back here next time we play, actually. So if you just want to log out here, go ahead and just stay here. And I'll bring you guys some new stuff. I'll make sure to grab... Are you good with Great Axe? Are you good just sticking with Great Axe, Yami? Because I can just grab you a fresh Great Axe. Yeah, I am the Gillbringer. He's our party sugar daddy. Look, this game's a struggle, and these early levels, I can manage to do stuff like that. I've got enough money, and I can warp around a little bit easier, but it's not going to be that way forever. Very quickly, you're going to start hitting levels where you're going to need to provide for yourself. So I will help as much as I can for as long as I can. but it won't last forever. Have we linked those videos in Discord yet? I don't think so. Do that before we go to bed. But all right. Thanks, you guys. I appreciate y'all playing. I hope everybody's been having fun playing my comfort MMO. You all did a great job today. We made a very long run out to the dunes. You've learned a lot about playing your classes. You made huge leaps and bounds and improved in your skill level, how you play. You have a better understanding fundamentally of how to play together in a group. That's a big part of this game. And everybody did a great job. But yeah, I'm going to get some sleep. And I will be back sometime Saturday afternoon, maybe about 12 hours from now, like 5 p.m. Eastern. You work tomorrow night, so probably won't be around. Oh, but I want to get you to Juneau so bad. We just got to get your Chocobo shit done. But that's okay. Next time you do have time to play. Next time you do have time to play. We're making the run to Juneau. We're getting you your Chocobo license. Might not be until Wednesday next week. Damn. That's all right. By Wednesday, I'm sure we can get Shadow and Yami and Firelord Vaughn and Tassadul. We'll get everybody else up to level 20 by Wednesday. And then Wednesday, if that's the next time you can play, we'll just run everybody to Juneau all at once. And get everybody's Chocobos. Yeah, people are buying my fish. But alright, guys. Have a great night. Thank you again so much for playing Final Fantasy XI with me tonight. This was a lot of fun. I'm very happy. I'm very proud of everybody. Let's go find someone to raid. See who's around at this hour. Looks like Dave is on. So we're going to go raid my friend Very Dave, who's playing Crimson Desert. So definitely go and show Dave some love. Check out some Crimson Desert if you like. And as said, I'll be back online probably in about 12 hours from now. So if you can jump on and play again, I'll see you again. But till then, take care of yourselves. Be good to yourselves. Be good to each other. Much love. Peace.